Hello, everybody. It's Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. I hope you all are well, had a good week, and of course, Merry Christmas. And Merry to whatever else you may celebrate. But for me, it's Christmas. That's what I'm going to say. But whatever, all. Last dance, good timing on that football game. Great win for your team. Pretty wild game, honestly. The interceptions were nuts, one way, the other. Just crazy. Hopefully, you're not DVRing it and I didn't just spoiler it for you. No, good. But yeah, a strange Saturday football game, which is always odd for us here. Scum, what up, dog? Good to see you. And of course, you too, Last Dance. Thanks for being here, man. Working the old smoky hat. This thing is looking faded, but still like it. I caught up with Scum at some point recently, late night. I've had a lot of days off, so get to stay up a little later on those days. So Scum hosts a really cool show, often late, on his YouTube channel. Check it out, man. Actually, just go there and subscribe, and then you should get some kind of notification, or if you're on your subscribers list, usually any of the people who are live will be at the top of the list with a live icon. So check him out. He's a lot of fun, plays tunes, hangs out with people, talks crap, drinks a lot. So he's my type of guy. And he'll probably be doing something like that tonight, I would imagine, and I'll try to stay up for it. I did get up quite early today to I had to go into work, so I might be a little tired, but I'll battle through it for sure. And hopefully we get some of the regulars to come back here tonight. We have a lot of wild things to talk about. Yeah, just certainly my heart goes out to Germany. Terrible thing that just happened over there. And, it's not right, man. Just not right. So, to Germany, and I'll do that many more times tonight. And I'll probably speak a little more freely as I have a few more drinks. So, got quite a bit of snow overnight here last night, which was the reason I had to go into work today. So I'm, whatever. I think the Last Dance had to scoot for a minute. Hopefully he comes back. Probably will. And also, in case any of you European folks hadn't, see what he says. No problem, Last Dance. Could be a who knows what, a restart or whatever. He's got an intermittent video issues, and he's going to try to pop back and restart. And hoping he gets it figured out, because I'd like to get him on here soon, but that's not a big deal if he's... There you are. Going to take a little time. Eastwind Farm, what's up, man? Thanks for coming back. Repeat customer. Much appreciated, brother. Or sister. Brother. Yeah, brother. So thanks for being here, man. Welcome. So we averted a government shutdown. We can cover a bit of that tonight. I want to get people's opinions about it, about the influence of Donald Trump and his would mean All right. Are we back? Does that work? Good. Yeah. Literally touch the cord and it goes. So I know it's the cord because this laptop's like 6 weeks old. I need another BA to USB, which is a tough one to find. RW, what's going on, man? Thanks for being here. Let me pin that comment without touching the cord. It's friggin' annoying. Last week's video got made 18 plus, so that could happen anytime, I guess. Live. There we go, baby. Pinning said comment. And that would be for any users that show up on a phone that they don't have to. Sometimes you can't see the link that's in the description underneath. Kill that. Hope you're well, RW. Winter hit us full on. We're going to be down in the single digits overnight here. And it's warm and toasty down here, so I'm not worried. Yeah, a couple weeks ago, it was freezing down here. Things have changed. A lot more heat, which you can probably see. We'll finish this thing off, and then last dance, if you're going to be ready soon, I'm going to consider popping you on here if you're up for it. All right. Sounds good. Yeah, I know. I've been all too close to a loved one that had gone through something like that, RW. And yeah, sometimes it goes one way, sometimes it goes the other. In my particular situation, the outcome was incredibly well, incredible. From the depths of despair to an amazing recovery. And unfortunately, you just never know what you're going to get with that sort of thing. So good luck with your grandmother, man. I hope it turns out okay. But hopefully you get to unwind a little tonight and get your mind off of that, if that's what you want, and just chill out here. Of course, you'd be welcome to join in at any time, as always. Yeah, right. There you go. Good, man. I'm glad to hear it went that way. In medical care in those situations, I can't speak to what you have down there, but up here in the obviously Boston is fabulous for that. But I'm glad it worked out well for you, man. All right. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Very good, thank you.
Yeah.
No Christmas sweater?
No. I can go out. Maybe I'll put one on now that you reminded me.
That's okay.
A little later.
Whatever you want to do. Did you end up watching any of that game?
No, I didn't. But I did see a couple highlights.
Good.
So, yeah, it's a good win.
Are you just not a huge fan?
No, just the opposite. I'm too much of a fan, so I can't bear to watch the games. It makes me, I get angry. I yell at the TV. It's way too emotional for me. So I just I have to stay away.
Yeah, you have a team that's good with a damn good quarterback, but they're not like world-changing good like I had with the Patriots. So
right.
You know, I went from not even caring because we were winning winning so much to now we suck so bad, I don't care again. So it's kind of like, yeah, whatever. Like you're in that limbo where you're like, we got a fucking chance here, man. We got a chance. But
Yeah.
they
It's
blow it on occasion, which
they're always up and down during games, and during the season they're up and down. It's there's a lot of, I don't know. As a fan, I'm too much of a fan, so I've learned that I'm better off not watching.
mm,
Even if they win, even then I'm still gonna suffer a lot of stress
raises
from
the blood
watching.
pressure, gets the stress level up. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
That running back too, he's insane, man.
yeah,
And Flowers, that kid,
yeah.
unbelievable. I mean, they should be better, I think, than they are, which is probably frustrating.
Yeah. What? What's the matter, Topple?
I don't know. Is he not happy that we're being nice?
I don't know if he's talking about comments on chat or our comments,
I don't
or
know.
maybe he's trying to talk in the back chat.
Don't know. Don't think so.
Oh, it's YouTube chat.
That's weird. It should be there.
It's there for me, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, RW, can you see obviously RW can. Well, Greg, you can see it. You're typing in it. How can you
Yeah.
not see it? Blind typing?
Maybe you're blind.
All right, maybe it just took a second to start cycling on. Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of interesting stuff to cover. You been following what happened over in Germany?
uh, Loosely.
Seems to be like a rinse and repeat thing for them over there around the Christmas season, sadly.
Yeah,
Whether it's a knife or a vehicle or whatever. I always wanted to, when as a younger man, wanted to visit Germany. It looked like a cool place, go during Oktoberfest or whatever, and have a great time.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I would second guess visiting there, honestly.
I wouldn't. I mean, it's like anything else. Would you not come to America because there's so many terrible tornadoes?
Well, Europeans probably think, well, as long as we don't go to a school, we should be okay.
Right, exactly.
They see it as school shooting central over here. But yeah, I mean, I hear you. It's sort of a misconception, I guess, or I'm taking one event and applying it to like.
Yeah, I mean, it gets a lot of press. It seems that it's more common than it really is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, one is too many, but and I always hate to say this, but it's just comes out in the wash, really. What they say, 4 killed, and maybe a few others aren't going to make it, but
yeah, and it appears to be, was he a Saudi?
So these news reports say he's a Saudi psychiatrist. A lot of these things don't make a lot of sense to me, but he's a psychiatrist who allegedly was a Muslim, but renounced his faith and became an atheist, supposedly. But then, and then he's angry at Germany because they aren't treating Saudi dissidents well enough. The Saudi government wanted him back so they could probably execute him. Who knows why? And so I don't know.
So his solution was to run over people. I mean,
yeah,
he's educated. Is he literally a medical doctor? Like.
I think I don't know. He's a psychiatrist. I don't know if that means he's an MD. It would be in the United States.
It would be here, but at least he's extremely highly educated and at least somewhat intelligent to be able to achieve that. And fuck, he thinks that it's a logical conclusion to do that sort of a thing.
Well, he's
And
been
he's a
kind of,
psychiatrist. Like he could self-diagnose himself as,
yeah.
you know.
I mean, he's apparently made a number of posts that have hinted at his, that he's ready to kill people and die to avenge the mistreatment of dissidents, Saudi dissidents in Germany.
Mm. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Now, it doesn't make any sense, and I always say in these cases, we just have to wait a little bit of time so that the fog lifts and clarity can be achieved on who he is.
Yeah, what the real story is, I guess.
Yeah.
And ask wife if she can see the YouTube chat. Because I can see it when I open YouTube, but that would be a problem because a lot of our interactions are with people through the chat. So hopefully it's not.
I do wish police would stop taking these people into custody.
How so?
They're deadly threats. Treat them as such, and don't bother trying to take them alive. That's what I would say.
Even if they're outside of the vehicle with their hands up?
Absolutely, that. Especially someone who's just committed what would normally be considered a terroristic act.
Mm.
Picking random people he doesn't know to kill en masse. Yeah. I mean, it worked out for the police this time, but I don't think it's worth taking a chance.
I see. What about doing the high intensity felony stop? Are you thinking possibly bomb too?
Bomb is what I'm thinking.
You're thinking bomb, right? Yeah. So right, if he lays down on his stomach, waits for all the cops to get on top of him with ARs, and then blows himself up.
No matter, no matter how careful they are, they're going to get close to him at some point, and they're going to try and handcuff him or do something like that, and they're going to be vulnerable.
Interesting. All right. So what is wife saying here? I can see chat, but I can only see top messages, top chat. Well, it's live chat, not all. And I can switch.
I see everything. Now I have an option to pop out the chat, and I always do that.
Well, I mean, you're not going to miss much there, wife. The random swear, I guess, once in a while, but most of it gets through. Well, at least you can see it. Yeah, I recognize that name. Tigre Hermano. Salutations, comrade. We're not pro-Russian necessarily, but anyways, that's all good. Thanks for being here. Tiger.
He's been here before.
I know. I recognize the name for sure. I don't think he's ever joined us.
I think he has.
Has he? Oh, if he wants to, he's welcome to. What are you noshing on?
It's an Oreo. Today is my would have been my father's 103rd birthday. So he loved Oreos. So every time it's his birthday, I celebrate by having a few Oreos and remembering him.
Well, to your dad, for sure.
Right. Oh, that reminds me. I got a little bit of this left.
Our Oreos are vegan?
They are.
Cool. I would have thought there would have been some kind of milk or something in them, but
apparently not. Just
cool, man.
Sugar, vegetable oil, and petroleum.
I mean, they are good. Just a straight Oreo guy, not the double stuffed.
Yeah, just a straight one.
Yeah. And I was at the supermarket the other day just astounded at all the ridiculous flavors that they have now.
I know.
I mean, it's kind of cool, I suppose, if you're like 19 and you're, really stoned and you are at the supermarket for stoner food. It's
yeah.
It's awesome.
Get one of everything, right?
But back in the day when I was there was only the regulars or the double stuff, and I always thought the double stuffs were kind of gross, man. Too much of that shit in there, no balance. What is Topple saying here?
Guy's
Okay,
hilarious.
goes well. You're never gonna miss it then. Good man.
Now, you notice that Stream Yard is was a little different this week than it was last week. Is
Yes,
that particular font is a little smaller.
I
Uh,
it
there's
is.
now something called Media Assets
Yeah,
on the right side. So
I
I
can
don't know
also
what's
do
going on.
that. Yikes, we don't want that. Okay, back to
Yeah,
this.
yeah. It's bad enough as it is. You should like shrink me and
Yeah, you're right. The font is smaller, and can you click on style?
yeah,
Y- Do you have style? Yeah, so I can change the font of the theme. But I'm
yeah.
not. I think just because I clicked on it earlier, now the font is a little smaller.
Okay. I'll bet Classic is what it does what it used to do. Let's try Classic. Well, that I bet that's how it was. Oh, Smokesteve is gone.
I won't be doing that again.
Which button did you click?
I don't know. I have no idea what I just did. But yeah, it's easy to float the cursor over the exit, thing if I'm searching around over there. So
So
it's
we
not
got
end stream
yeah,
level.
yeah.
It's turn off cam basically.
Block, minimal, classic, and bubble.
Yeah, those ones are bubble.
Bubble. Oh, that's cool.
Uh, and then you go back to
Yeah.
see now I would have to change it. No, stick to this. Now the names are blue. Do I want to change them back to black?
I
Yeah.
like blue.
You like blue better? It's not
I do.
distracting. All right, we'll
I
go
don't
with that.
know. If we decide it's distracting, we can, always go back.
I'm not sure what the headline is. Topple headline. I don't know what. I think that would be something across the top above our, like up near the live thing or something like that. Sniper Vision, exactly, Cup. And thanks for being here. The font of knowledge is smaller. Thanks for being here, Cup. Hadn't heard from old Aphid. Hopefully he's coming by tonight.
Cup, you're a font of wisdom.
There you go. There you go. Well, I'm going to just go ahead and start bringing up subjects, and hopefully people join in and we can continue on with them. But what do you think about this recent kerfuffle with the spending bill?
Doesn't bother me one bit. I think it's no big deal.
Do you think, I know you're kind of always been an adamant less spending guy,
Yeah.
So was this an attempt at that, or was this just more like political posturing?
Oh, I'd say it's a bit of everything. There's always going to be political posturing. But I think, I think rank and file Republicans don't like these these deals where one enormous bill and all the spending's in there, and no, they don't like it, and there's a sense that there's no point in electing Republicans if you're going to get the same, if you're only going to be 10% different than the Democrats, let's say,
Right.
on the budget. What's the point? And so I think the greasy insiders worked on this budget deal, but then they heard from the rest of the world that the Republicans that they no go. People don't like it.
Mm-hmm. It was certainly shady in that it didn't seem to be really released um, for people to read, like, which I guess they never are. It's not something we can People
Not in the last few years, right? Nobody gets to see the budget. Remember the
until
famous
they vote it or ever.
famous Pelosi line? You can see it when you pass it.
Yeah, it's stupid. They should. Somebody had said recently on X that they should have to release it 7 days before to the public
Yeah,
before the vote, which would give enough time for think tanks, smart guys, groups of people to go through and
Yep.
make it into a 10-page summary for the rest of us who aren't going to sit there and read the entire thing, which is long.
Yeah.
But not possible, I don't think, right? He wasn't born here.
Correct.
So
Ooh.
Yeah, weird, huh?
Yeah.
It's tiny.
It is.
And now the picture is way bigger, but the text is much smaller.
Right.
I hate this stupid thing. It's always when they change it,
Yeah. It was fine before.
I mean, it says font, but it doesn't have a size of the letter. It's just, unfortunately, it's just the style of the letter.
You can add custom fonts. You can upload your own font.
Exactly.
They're going to regret that.
Right. Okay, yeah, wife, that's sarcastic. Let's see how, yeah, it's small. God damn it. I hate this new. It's always when they think they upgrade something that they actually make it worse. Yeah,
I would have, I know she's being sarcastic, but I think Musk does have the best interests of the country in mind, at least his idea of what the best interests are.
there's a difference there.
Exactly. But everybody who says they have the best interests of you and mine only has what they think are your best interests. So, I don't think he's there, for example, trying to rig the government program so that he personally benefits. He's not there to make money off of his access. Very much,
No.
very different than.
Well, he charges him $250 million per space flight, so he's already got plenty of cash coming in. I think that's what it is, which is a pretty intelligent way of running a business.
Right.
And Alpaco Tigre says Musk is a narcissist. He only cares about himself. He cares about making money. Yeah, I mean, but he does it in a way that is beneficial to humankind. So
yeah, I think the evidence is that making money is not his primary objective.
no, but he's really good at it, and some of the things that he uses to make money are beneficial to humanity, to science, and potentially the environment in the long run, if you believe in carbon and things of that nature.
I mean, the way to be rich is probably not to try and create a car company, try and create a space exploration company, own social media. Those are not ways to smoke wife. That's not his goal at all. It's it's obvious from his whole career that he's more interested in pushing the envelope in businesses, not he's not.
Jesus Christ, sorry.
He's an innovator. What's going on there?
I just got to silence my phone. Continue. I'm listening.
Yeah, I mean, that he was a co-founder of PayPal. He started Tesla. He has started SpaceX. He started Starlink.
Starlink, huge money maker, actually.
Yeah, but not because he's it isn't like he took over, an insurance company. He did something that nobody else had done,
Hmm.
which is, other people had put up satellites for internet. Uh, direct PC was an early one in the 90s. And, but, you know, Musk has done it uniquely and differently by putting up an enormous constellation of low Earth orbiting satellites. He has more satellites than any government in the world,
Hmm.
possibly more than all of them combined.
And he's adding to them a
He's
lot
adding to them, right?
because now he has his own rockets, so he doesn't have to pay to fucking
Right,
launch
doesn't have
them.
to pay somebody else to launch it. So I don't, I don't really see that there's any way to frame that as his primary motivation is to make money.
Yeah, I would say I don't know that you can say that because in the end, it has made him the most money of anybody ever.
Well,
Um, you can't
that's
say
due to
that
his own.
that's not just a byproduct of his actions. It's certainly intentional.
Yeah, I mean, he's a businessman, so, but his, you know, his endeavors are not what you would consider safe money things. Start a car company, 90% of those, 99% of those that have been done have gone out of business. You lose money, you go bankrupt. Uh, so, you know, he was already wealthy beyond belief before he even got into some of his latest endeavors. So, yeah, I don't really see.
Interesting. I mean, I I see it as I see him as, like you said, a businessman. No, his primary goal isn't solely money, but every business he's opened, he's been successful with. Even X is coming around, I guess. Um, Even though that was probably his worst, 44 billion for that piece of crap, which is still not that entertaining. But and as you were saying the other day, the engagement farmers are getting pretty annoying.
Yeah,
Um,
it's the worst. It's the worst part of X. That and Musk's own partisanship, but those are the worst aspects of X.
do you find? Do you follow libs of TikTok?
I don't follow libs of TikTok. Every once in a while I see her posts.
Well, yeah, she's gotten kind of annoying, honestly. Kind of tipped the point when she was trying to get the ball rolling on Kamala having a glass of wine or something on sitting next to her when she was playing with either her kids or some kids. I assume they were hers, but
Yeah,
and the tweet was like, "Of course," and it's like, "Come on, give me a fucking break."
yeah. These are exactly these. It's it skews it skews what's done out on X.
Hmm. She's a huge earner too, and I
Yeah,
guess that the
that's the
more
point.
right, the more
By the
like
time once you get like 1 million or 2 million followers, you can you can you can make 5 figures a month.
yeah. Yeah, Antonio Brown was making like 10 to 15,000 a month.
Hmm.
He's senseless. I mean, he's a freaking dope, but actually somewhat entertaining sometimes. He's actually a decent follow. I don't know if you're
Yeah,
familiar.
I don't follow him, but I've seen some of his tweets. It's
I
fun.
mean, it's guys, cheap stuff, whatever. It's offensive. RW, I think you have some people in the background. You mind muting, or I can
Oh,
mute?
yeah, sorry, dude. I'll mute. I just want to share real quick. Your wife asked what Elon Musk gave money to. I have an article that says $5.7 billion goes to charity. I'm just trying to see what charities it goes to, but I'll mute my mic for now.
I don't mind. You can keep it on. I'm just letting you know.
I
And
don't.
that's interesting. I honestly didn't answer wife and hello.
Yeah, the
wife.
boys are doing arts and craft.
That's okay. And hello, Aphid Lip, Johnny Grammaticus, everybody. I didn't know anything about. I know we paid about $10 billion to the U.S. government in taxes. I believe that was in 2023. So I mean, the guy, people say, oh, he doesn't pay taxes. 10 billion.
Yeah, I would argue that the framing of that question is entirely false. I don't care if you never give a penny to charities. What he's done to help people is what every entrepreneur in America has done to help people. They have created wealth and made the country a greater country by their efforts, whether it's big or small, whether it's someone who pushes the envelope on technology and exploration, or whether it's somebody who works hard, to as a plumber and does a great job and is proud of it. Everybody's working is contributing to the greatness of this country,
Sure.
and that is what helps.
Mm-hmm.
Not giving charity. This. You look at I don't want to get started, but that framing is a leftist framing, and it's false. Like everything, all premises of leftism.
Yeah, I've never, besides buying a raffle ticket or something at my kid's school, don't think I've ever technically donated to charity for a what do they call it, a C1 or whatever, a deduction.
503c1.
Yeah, I've never done that. Any cent I have, I'm throwing it right back into something to make more money off of,
Yeah.
for myself, for when I get old and I can't do what I do now. Have you ever donated like any sizable amounts to charity, Last Dance?
I don't know if I've donated plenty to charity. I do a lot of donations. I support things. I've donated to 503c1s.
Yep.
Or maybe it's 501c3. I can't remember.
I think the second ladder.
Top.
Yeah. Hey, buddy.
One of my favorite charities is called the Institute for Justice, and I've posted a few things in Discord over the years about the good work they do. I donate to them every year.
Good, man. That's cool. And that's like, is that like a project to figure out and defend people who are wrongly convicted?
Sort of. They're a sort of a public interest legal foundation. They are libertarian in spirit, and they typically intervene to support the little guy who has been harassed by the government. It's always the little guy versus the government.
Sure. So it's not like an innocence project type of thing. I'm sure.
No, it's not an innocence project.
Right. Which is an interesting one in and of itself.
They have like 5 or 6 areas of law that they litigate, and one of the reasons I support them is because they've been very successful. So they actually use your money and succeed. They do good things.
Yeah, interesting. I like that. That's cool.
One of their areas that they've been just doing gangbusters on is called, they call it economic liberty, and it means that, for example, someone that wants to braid hair can braid hair out of their own home, and they don't have to, for example, have the state tell them they have to go to college for
6 months or
for
whatever.
2 years or 6 months to
Yeah.
pass all these classes that are irrelevant to
Right.
what they need to do. And there are probably dozens of cases just like that that they've litigated and had astounding success.
Yeah, I mean, I see your point. With certain things, yeah, I guess that does make sense. But yeah, I mean, there's zoning laws and shit like that. If somebody wants to have a sign at their house to advertise their business, they can't. But you can run your business out of your house without a sign all day long to a point. But once it gets too big, then they make you, and then, like you're saying, smaller stuff like a hairstylist or whatever. But I don't know. Maybe I draw the line at food. Maybe I want there to be more control than somebody whipping up some stuff in their house and selling it commercially, But then in that case, you're really relying on inspectors to make sure that everything is perfectly clean in these commercial establishments, which is a rough thing to rely on because generally inspectors suck, especially with sanitation,
Yeah, well, you could, if you want, I could put a few links to individual cases, and you can read about them. They've been pursuing this for probably 2 decades now. These areas, and they've been having great effect. There's some states that have put economic liberty rights into their state constitutions.
Sure.
So, and they also they protect people from government retaliation for retaliating for retaliating against them for speaking their mind.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they do great work, and that's why I donate to them.
Cool. I'm going to grab a couple of beers and take a leak in the driveway. RW, if you want to unmute, chat a little with Last Dance, feel free.
Oh, man. No, we're good. I was actually going through Last Dance's Twitter posts for the iconic ones. You're definitely going after a lot of politicians.
Who did I call an utter moron? I'm sure they were really, truly a moron.
The last one was Pierre Poilievre.
Oh, the Canadian guy.
He vows Canada will never be the 51st American state.
Right.
Which is kind of funny in itself.
He's responding to, Trump, an obvious troll by Trump, to defiantly say we're not going to be the 51st state.
What if we actually took on Canada as a part of the United States? What would that even look like on an economic scale? Like what type would that would be a major stress, or what would that even be?
Oh, it would be terrible.
I mean, you're integrating two cultures together. You're integrating more logistics. I guess it would be a benefit because of all the resources, but I couldn't even imagine all of the problems.
Yeah, nobody wants Canada.
And civil war.
Yeah.
Another thing that was interesting the other day is I made a comment about asking if something was trending. These reporters and people that were asking forgiveness basically for acting like Biden wasn't out of his mind a long time ago.
Yes.
Have you seen, like, how many people? I've only seen a couple because I haven't been surfing the internet, but how many people are riding this bandwagon right now?
I don't know. I roll my eyes and skip it because they're all just, they were all caught lying, and I don't know. I guess they're starting to lose some of their own. The progressive echo chamber is starting to tune out some of these people that obviously just tell them any bullshit. The party line, whatever the DNC party line is.
But do you
So
actually
there,
get forgiveness for that? Like, if you're going to say, "Oh, sorry, I did tell untruths before, but I'm sad about
I
that
do
now."
not know what they think they are buying. They're getting nothing, as far as I
It's
can
almost
tell.
like they're lighting the match and putting it below their feet on the pyre. Like,
You know, I don't. All I think it does is it completes their humiliation. It
you think
doesn't.
they have
It's not going
humility?
to get them. It doesn't. Nobody's going to return to the fold because they apologize. Their apologies aren't really. They're sort of non-apology apologies
What is this? Apology for what?
for not honestly reporting Biden's uh, cognitive
Cognitive.
inabilities.
So the media you're talking about?
Yes,
So
they're
who's
starting to.
who's apologizing?
The one I'm familiar with is this jackass Chris Cillizza.
What's his platform?
Well, I remember
Is it
him
just
when he
Twitter?
was a reporter for the Washington Post many a year ago. Apparently, he moved on and went to CNN. Was on CNN for a while.
Upgrade.
Now he's somewhere else. But
So they had some. Well, I mean, was it just their own observations that would have told them that he was in decline, or did they have some information that the public wasn't privy to?
their own
I think he was
observations
marching to
would
the
have told
drum.
them in decline. Plus, they had sources that they could have pressed had they been interested in investigating the issue. You know, the cognitive deficits of the president of the United States should be an interesting story for an honest, nonpartisan reporting pool. But of
No.
course, that's not what we have.
Obedience to the narrative.
So yeah,
Absolute obedience
exactly.
to the narrative.
And now that there's sort of the lie is exposed, and now that insiders within the Biden administration are starting to chat, or that now that Democrats have lost the election, reporters are starting to ask these insiders who they had for sources all along. You know, information's coming out that Biden, like we all observed, was pretty well out of it from the moment he took office.
Is this coming from Project Veritas's undercover video?
I don't think so.
Where, okay, I thought it was before it that these people started, trying to save face from it, and then Project Veritas came out with the guy basically saying that Biden's out of his mind, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's revealed. It's like, how do you guys not see this? Like, what? I don't get it.
I remember from day one, people observing that Biden didn't quite look all there often. Don't you remember all the weekend at Bernie's memes that were going around? Mainly conservatives, but it wasn't based on, it wasn't based on nothing. It was based on observation.
Yeah,
So there was
simple
nothing.
observation.
There was nothing that wasn't obvious from the very beginning.
Where
And
is he
yes,
now?
true. He got even worse than as the years went on. He got even worse. But
Have you seen him doing anything recently?
no, it's the same old, same old.
I can't remember the last time I think it was when he was in like South America or something. That was the last time I've seen him in a public presence.
I thought he visited Africa recently.
Was it Africa? Yeah, where he wanders off into the jungle, quote unquote.
I don't know, but then all these NPR reporters are like, and that just clearly shows Africa's standing in the world, that he goes there and late in his presidency practically as an afterthought. I mean, you
Like a
don't want to
bucket list.
say it, but yeah, no, it's more like presidents are trying to interact with, world powers, specifically dominant ones, and things that it's hard to put it into words with that, but it's nice that he went, but they have a lot of catching up to do in that continent, in many of the countries,
And why wouldn't they want to? The amount of resources and power that come out of Africa, we treat it like it's a backhole country because of the chaos that happens over there. But why
That's
not
right.
be friendly with that nation?
Well, the problem is those resources end up getting absolutely stolen and taken by various warlords or government officials who are corrupt.
Sounds like they need democracy.
I mean, dude, it's a shit show over there. And half of the Biden couldn't, or any president, there's only probably a very small percentage of that country that would be safe for any president to visit. I would think there would be huge areas that would be incredibly dangerous, massive amounts, like
we don't care if you're a politician, you look delicious.
Oh no, more like there's some serious terrorism going on over there,
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. That's how much they don't talk about what's happening over there.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot of extremists of the kind that used to be in the Middle East, and that's become quite prevalent in Africa now. Very, very prevalent.
How long has it been since you've seen information from Africa? I haven't paid attention to information out of Africa for.
I see the random war videos once in a while, like a couple weeks,
Mm-hmm. And you have understanding of why there's war when you're watching that?
It appears that there's one particular religion that wants to kill everybody else or kidnap everybody else. And they're
like
the
a Zulu
extremist
thing?
No.
Muslim?
Bingo.
Okay. I didn't know if there was an African tribe competing with that or not.
No. Fortunately, there was a little hobbit ghost that just appeared and disappeared. That was cute. It was so fast. Jump on here, Aphid Lip. Let's get an anti-Elon opinion going here. I don't know if we're all big Elon fans, but I'm not anti-Elon. I'm surprised he's gone as far as he has, to tell you the truth.
What do you mean?
I thought he would have been going in wild directions with his businesses and with science and with innovation. I a couple of years ago wouldn't have seen him go in the direction of politics as heavily as he has, and all in on one particular side.
Yeah, but that's good. That'll end. I think Republicans are in for a shock because he's much too restless a personality to stand put. So he'll move on and become a critic soon enough.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just his nature, right? He's too restless.
I know that, English bottle cap. I was talking about it as a continent, a country and a continent, one and the same, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, there's just a lot of instability over there. There he is. Merry Aphid Lip.
Nice
Ho, ho, ho.
Merry Christmas, guys.
How you doing,
Happy
man?
Quantimus.
Thank you for putting in the pronunciation for your username.
Well, wait, it removes a little confusion.
Yeah, not sure I would agree with everything on the screen there, but
how do you get the subtitle? Wait a second.
I'm not telling. I hacked it, bro.
You didn't you see the subtitle when you came in? It's
Don't
an
tell
option.
anybody. I want to be unique.
It's an
It
option.
must be a new option.
It's a new option. I didn't bother with it because I'm not a dickhead, but some people do.
I totally am.
There was no rainbow flag option, so he opted out.
Palestine, sir.
Jockstrap Inspector. Look, Topple's here. How you doing, buddy?
Is Topple really here?
This is
Topple just his avatar here.
This is the start of this is Topple warming up to come onto the show.
Right.
Takes about an hour.
You can see he's already stretching.
The camera was on, and he appeared to be reclining in a couch.
Oh, Topple, please don't put that on.
Not reclining, Oh, now he's off. I didn't do that.
You you didn't see his little subtitle, did you?
What did it
Oh,
say?
yeah, I didn't see it.
It was designed to trigger someone who's not here. And we don't really want to see triggered.
Oh, Jesus, I hope not.
But
I
we know
missed-
they're almost certainly watching. Or will be.
Well,
Trump and Elon are not going to divorce until 4 years. They're going to have a solid marriage for 4 years,
Nope.
and then they're going to take.
I mean, I'm guessing not that long.
You less than 3 years, you think they're going to burn up, get what they want, and split?
I think what's going to happen is Elon is not going to get what he wants. He's going to get frustrated because politics is the kind of compromises that he's not going to like.
Yeah,
And
stock
he will
block.
get frustrated and move, and that'll be that.
interesting.
I think he could get more exposure than Trump's comfortable with having, too. It could be. Could be. Maybe not. He
I
likes...
mean, Trump doesn't like
Yeah.
sharing the spotlight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, Trump is worth like a small percentage, I think, of what Elon is worth. So
Well,
That's
that would be
gotta-
the quickest way to get rid of Elon is everybody starts talking about that.
mm,
Oh,
Trump-
size matters, boys.
not be happy. But Trump has an ego, for sure.
Aphid, have you worked on any artwork lately? I'd be stoked to see something. If you have anything you're working on.
No, I thought about doing something for Christmas, but it never transpired.
Lacking, bro.
I know. It's been a while.
I've been doing colored pencils and postcards to send out to people.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah, I got something black and white. I was thinking maybe you could color in for me.
Yeah, rock on.
You want to see it? I can
Yeah.
send it to you.
Sure.
Can
Hey,
you
before
show
we
it?
get going, I want to say Merry Christmas to you guys. Hope you guys have a great Christmas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good New Year's, although we'll see you. By the way, today is the shortest day of the year.
Winter
Oh,
solstice.
wait, where is it at? Where? Right there it is.
Right about now, the lateness of the sunrise is has now been surpassed by the lateness of the sunset.
Mm.
It's
Yeah,
good. I'm ready for that lateness depression to go away and get some
Yeah.
sunlight back.
Mm-hmm.
But remember, the sunrise is still going this way. It's not until like early
Well,
January.
we can't see your
that-
hand. We can't see your hands, last
It's
hands.
not until
Yeah.
early
Okay,
January
there
that
we
it
go.
stops and then gets.
It's
Let's
half
get
past
it.
the nipple.
Exactly.
yeah. Thank
Can you
goodness.
see my hand now?
No, thank God.
No topple. I mean, last dance. I can't. All right, RW, you ready? You ready?
Yes, let's do it. Big old screen.
I want you.
Big
I want you to see if you can guess who it is. Okay.
Oh my God. I think it's Santa Claus. That's awesome. Dude,
Can you
there's
tell?
no way I'd color that in. There's no way.
Looks like
I'd
you.
just ruin it.
It is me.
What'd you use? A little Grecian formula for men there? I don't see any gray. Your grades. You run out of the
Well,
gray.
it's a picture
Early
from
retired.
almost 10 years ago.
Yeah,
I-
I was gonna say,
Artistic license, my man.
lively
Leonard.
ages you.
Yeah, no kidding.
Johnny Grammaticus says Lennon. That's pretty funny. Blip. That Eminem. No. I mean, I don't see it. Yeah, very good self-portrait.
Yeah, dude, that's top class, man. I look forward to see when you get bored enough to scribble something else out.
That's an aphid lip without a hat. Yep.
Is
Well,
that-
and when I had more hair.
Is that a pencil or charcoal or bowl?
No, it's
no
actually
comrades here, El Palco.
it's actually what I like to do best. It's oil paint. It's dry brush. You dab up. You get ink. Not ink. You get the oil paint on the brush, and then you wipe all of it off, pretty much. And then you use the paintbrush almost like a pencil, and start adding. It gets darker and darker the longer you brush it on the paper.
So hours and hours at that rate.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah.
for
I mean,
those.
but it's clearly time spent with pigments like colored pencils and stuff. the more time you spent, the more majestic it is, and it's good for me because it's a zen moment. You have to slow down and just appreciate that it costs time.
I don't know if I showed you. I got a colored pencil. That was before I started painting, and then people were like, "Well, somebody told me that, I wasn't really an artist unless I used oil paint." So that's why I switched.
Well,
But I
opinions
thought
matter, right?
it's probably my it was my brother actually. It's probably one of my favorite. I think it's on the wall here.
All right, grab it.
I don't know if I've seen this one.
I'll answer Cup of Tea's question while we're waiting. I do not like it. But to each their own.
And this will be the last one. I don't want to keep showing my pictures and stuff, but that's with colored pencil.
Alex Jones? No, who is it?
No, it's actually the lead singer of the Pixies.
Frank
Okay.
Black.
That's amazing fading and shading, dude.
Frank
I
Black.
can't tell the colors really
right?
because of the blue room, but
Yeah, it's kind of hard to. And then there's glare from the
what
screen.
brand of pencil is the right brand when you actually start to spend money on stuff? Because I've just used junk Amazon Temu stuff.
That's all you need, dude. That's all I use for that. I've never spent no money on shit. I get the cheapest paint, cheapest colored pencils.
But I mean, the quality has to be different. Like, it has to be a different experience.
I mean, maybe it does, but I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
It's just I'm tired of them breaking all the time. The
Don't you
crappy
know-
ones, like you sharpen and then
don't you know aphid lip by now?
I mean, you
Say
don't
again?
need, if you, it's not going to make you any better, if you spend a bunch of money on something.
No, but as I progress, if I stick with it, I do want to try higher end pencils to see what it's all about.
That guy looked like BJ Penn, the MMA fighter. Are you familiar with him?
Mm-mm.
Not Butterball or Butterbean, the
Um,
boxer.
let me just show you real quick, and you'll see what I mean because they're surprisingly similar looking. Yeah, no,
Yeah, a little bit. He's a lot younger.
yeah, for sure. He's got the college.
He must
fight.
work out.
He doesn't fight anymore, but he's a great fighter. He was a great fighter. Hawaiian, just killed dudes.
Do you guys trust links that Topple sends in the back chat? I don't know. I don't know if I can do it. Does anyone want to jump on that grenade?
Oh, Tapple's
Not
totally
particularly.
trustworthy.
I'll click on it.
Oh, here it goes.
No, yeah, click on it and watch it over there in private.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer crossed with Creed.
Oh, Jesus.
No, I'm all set.
Yeah, don't play that.
We don't need that.
Even if it didn't get you monetized.
We
Yeah.
will,
Demonetized.
that will definitely put us on the naughty list.
Yeah, I don't. Never have. Never will.
So you guys all excited about Christmas? Can you feel it? Because I can. It's in the air. It's almost like, because it's in the middle of the week, it's almost like this long extended. I feel like Christmas has started. Like
I don't know if
yesterday.
I don't know if I'd call it excited. I'm kind of enjoying the glow of that. That feeling, that peaceful, loving feeling. I'm enjoying that.
I'd like to hug you right now, Last
Society's
Dance.
interesting.
Yeah.
Is the glow the ability for society to have something to say to each other, even if it's cliche?
It's just good feelings. It's a time for everybody to come together, and people take the week off. Kids have the school off. College kids are home from school. It's less stress. Everybody's home. I don't know. It's just a wonderful time I remember it very fondly.
Yeah,
Okay.
like today there was this guy. He was like this really old guy, and he was like 1 mile under the speed limit, and I didn't run him off the road, and that's a perfect example of this time of year.
Exactly.
I chose
You
not to
spread
run
that
him off the
Christmas
road.
cheer.
You did not glue yourself to his bumper.
No,
Do you let people merge into traffic more so around the Christmas Eve?
of course you have to.
Are you serious?
I don't know. I do get pissed. I feel like no matter what you're doing, you cannot inconvenience somebody else when you're driving. So if that means you have to drive 3 miles down the road, turn around, and it takes you 15 extra minutes because you fucked up, you do not have the right to slow down traffic so you can get into where you need to go.
How about if you do like the whole dramatic wave out the window and point and then they flash you?
I mean, if you're at a stoplight and you're gonna turn only and you need to go straight and you make that connection with the guy next to you and he lets you go, that's one thing. But stopping on the highway because you didn't notice 3 miles back people were waiting to go where you wanted to go until the last minute.
Yeah,
I got no tolerance for that.
All right, and I got one.
I always let them in.
So
you
now there's
asshole.
cones out, right? There's cones out, and everybody has to zipper into one lane.
right.
What about
Merge.
that guy that'll fly down all the way on the side just
Fuck
to cut
no.
in?
Fuck no. He will never get in front of me.
Oh,
I'll kiss the bumper of the person in front of me before I let that guy in.
those guys are special.
Yeah, I mean, one particular time I do remember I was at a red light. These people were in the left lane to take left lane on an arrow, and there were people behind them, and they were sit there and they're pointing at me, going, "Can we pull in front of you?" I'm like, "How are you going to pull in front of me? You have an arrow." So I pointed and I said, "Just fucking go." And the girl was like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "There's people behind them trying to take the left. They're gonna wait out the left arrow and then merge right." So they made it seem like I was being the dick, but they were the ones being the bitches. It was some women, So in that case, I felt somewhat on the right side.
I'm
Listen,
with
you
just
pound your chest.
Steve-O. I treat every merge as a zipper merge,
Zipper,
which means that you get to go. If a car went in front of the car in front of me, then one of you gets to go in front of me.
Yeah.
You don't get.
Yeah.
I'm not letting two people in front of me.
Right.
That's
Right.
not a zipper merge.
Right.
That's
That's
a broken
right.
zipper.
exactly. And you just if they
Stop breaking the law, asshole.
just say to them, "Do you know how a zipper works? Left, right, left, right."
Right.
Zipper. And people are stupid, because they
All
don't.
you have to do is not be selfish. Can you imagine a society of selfless people? How flowing it would all be?
No.
Damn straight you can't.
I
Not in the
can't.
city, that's for sure.
There's a zipper merge not far from me here. If somebody's next in line for the zipper and they're like 300 feet away from the merge, and it's that spot where there's still room for two cars side by side, and they're fucking Granny Smith, taking their time, you'll fucking go up and you'll break the zipper, right? You pass them. You don't sit behind them, right?
Yeah. I think that there's something to be said for helping traffic flow. So, for example, if it's enough traffic, like rush hour, everyone should go right to the end of the merge, even if the people who are on the highway don't like everyone cutting in front of them. You can't have people backing up on the ramp, backing up outside into the street that the ramp turns from. That's just dangerous.
That way everyone can maintain at least 5 miles an hour instead of 0.
Right. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
What about 18-wheelers? Do you give them the merge right of way? Do you do rolling, like a rolling stop sort of, so that they can get in and everything keeps going at a slow pace? Or do you cut in front of those bastards because they're bigger than you and you can't see them around them? Or what's the rule there?
Depends if I'm late. Generally, the truckers, I give them, because they're working guys, they're fighting it usually, and get their shit there.
Yes, exactly, El Palco.
But if I'm like totally rushing, I'll be like, I can blow by the trucker. You can get into time.
Oh, what's
Your
wrong with your
mic
mic?
Your mic's
you're like
real low,
slowly
bro.
going away to nothing.
Is it because I'm leaning back?
I don't know.
I think it's 'cause you're too far away
You sound
from it,
good
yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Maybe it's probably cutting out. It's the noise canceling cutting you out.
I don't have noise.
The noise canceling decided whattever you were saying wasn't important.
Through-
So it started
Noise.
You got the no background thing clicked on StreamYard.
Yes. All right.
So that's
he's
noise
back.
canceling.
Is that him or what? Is that you?
It's him.
We can't see him, man.
So you have a fucking picture of yourself in a couch.
Oh,
It switches and you're in front of a Christmas tree. But
and he's
I
got
see
flannel
you.
curtains.
You know, you're
That's
muted,
messed up.
Topple.
Oh, why you got flannel curtains, bro?
What is the? Why you? Hi, how's everybody? Merry Christmas,
No.
Man, I'm good.
Merry
I'm glad to
Christmas.
see you.
assholes.
I'm glad to see you, Topple.
Jeez,
Cheer in my heart.
good seeing you guys. My
We
God,
want you to know your family, man. Get out of here.
All right.
my God.
Top-notch advice, ink. Yeah, man, that fucking font is small down there.
All right, let's change it. Let's try something else.
Fix it. Make the white.
What?
Make it.
Why is that a no-no? Is that too much back history, or I have no idea what it
I-
means?
No one should believe me. That's why I don't have top-notch advice.
No,
And-
yeah,
and
that's
you don't believe in corporations, so
You could turn the background off. You had just a minute ago of the where our names is. That was nice.
well, last chance to change it from blue to sort of a light dark.
Oh, I thought it was gone completely for a split second.
We're all
Does
half
Steve-
blind.
it looks
Fucking
like you.
ridiculous. How
it looks like
last
you
chance?
have-
How have you avoided eyesight loss?
What do you mean? I have terrible eyesight.
Oh, you just don't
He's
ever
just
wear
pretending.
glasses.
Because I've always needed glasses. You know, legal. Well, I don't need them legally to drive, but they would help me. But they're just too much of a pain. I had them for a while, and they would break, and it's just a pain in the ass.
Is
How do
that
you
why
look
you
at-
always
how do you
wait
look
for
at
us to
your
talk
phone?
first before you say hello?
That's right. I go by sound these days.
Okay, that's cool.
On your phone, as David Lip was just mentioning, you have gigantic font.
I generally make my fonts bigger on my phone. I don't know if I would call it gigantic, but
All right, yeah, I hear
That,
you.
yeah,
I
that would
just-
be depressing.
He holds
if
it.
that's what
He
was
holds it
called.
up like this while he's looking at it.
right.
A couple of months ago, I forgot my readers with my college buddy, and I was using the magnifying glass on my phone to read the menu. He was mortified
Oh my.
because he cares about that sort of stuff.
Oh, you're breaking up again.
I can't hear you, buddy.
I don't know
So it's
what's
not
going
me.
on. What's going on with your mic, dude?
It's his
Touch.
cord. It's got to be his cord.
Got to be. All right.
Is he having a stroke on us?
Oh, it's
Did he just blow in it like it's like a Nintendo game?
Yeah.
Hey, man, it works. It works.
It did. So I might have got in. So AFED, you don't let any car merge? Is that what, or you don't let two cars?
No, I'm totally fair about if like
Oh,
it's their
okay,
turn. I'm saying like when you're on the highway and like you're coming, let's say you're coming to another highway or a major road, and there's it's rush
Yes.
hour traffic and there's a designated line. Yeah, you said
Yeah.
it right now. A designated line, that you're supposed to be in. And then there's fast lanes next to you, and some people wait till the very end and they'll stop in the middle of the fast lane coming up on them, just because somebody is going to let them in eventually, and it just infuriates me when they do that. Or like when you're coming up to a construction thing or there's an accident or something, and people like zoom to the last possible second and expect you to just let them over.
Yeah. That's
And like
lame.
you're the jerk for not letting them over, even though they're the ones that have put themselves in that. Because I was in a situation where we were right behind an accident that happened, and we stopped and got out, and it was in the fast lane because it was like on a Friday or Saturday night, like 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. So everybody was drunk and wasted and driving home fast. And after I got out to check on the guy, everybody started going again. And this guy was fucked up, man. He was like near dead. And so the people, my wife stayed in the car, while I was out there checking on the dude. And she was the only one left. Everybody behind her had taken off and took off. And it's people coming up to the back end of my wife sitting in this car at like 70, 80 miles an hour and screeching the tires at the last second to not hit her, So
Jesus.
it was just such a sketchy situation. So when I see people doing that, it infuriates me.
Yeah. That's like in
'Cause,
the
like,
old
there's
days, people carried road flares for shit like that. Nobody has those anymore.
No,
You know,
You just
we had our
your
hazards
phone
on.
blinker, right? You use your
hazards are
smartphone.
okay, but people are fucking out of it. Like you said, it's 1 a.m.
Yeah, dude, it was like you knew like a large chunk of those people driving. It was downtown
Yeah.
St. Louis were at least
Slosh.
had been drinking. You know, at the very
Yeah,
least.
you put out a road flare, those people are going to be like, "Look, somebody dropped something," and they're just going to keep speeding. Nobody's
I don't
gonna-
know, man. They're if they're drunk enough, I mean, these people are hit cop cars all the time. Like,
Yeah,
the lights are going. Well, what more could you be doing? You know, and they
Right.
just run straight into them.
yeah. A state trooper. Oh no, Endicott College cop got killed recently by a drunk. He just got fucking squished on the highway. You know, fucking guy was going the wrong way. It was fucking crazy, dude. Family of 4 happens every year, at least a couple stadies in this state, unfortunately. But
Has anybody ever got out of the car for road rage before?
No, not me.
Nope.
Or had someone come up to your car for road rage?
Nope.
Actually, I did get out of the car once.
Oh.
I'm remembering.
Where is this your Chicago days?
No, I didn't drive.
Okay,
when I lived in Chicago. I was living in Greenbelt, so I must have been. I was probably still in my 20s, late 20s. Yeah, so it was a difficult left turn I was trying to make, and this guy's behind me, and he's like laying on the horn, like he's going to make me,
plow into traffic.
plow into traffic.
Right.
And, he just kept doing it. So finally I got out of the car and said, "What the fuck is your problem?" And I don't know what he said. He said, you have the right of way here. He's fucked. It was a 4-lane road divided with 2 lanes going one way and 2 lanes going the other way. And there were cars already making a left turn in the left turn lane. And I was trying to go across through that gap, And
That
so I had
sounds
to
like
wait
a
for the
shitty-
cars. I had to wait for the left turning cars to drain out of there.
Yeah, yeah.
And I said, I wanted to punch him, but I just said, "Well, you're welcome to go around me." So
Sounds
he did. And he shot right out. He didn't get in an accident, but he could have. He was such a dumbass.
Those were your CIA days. You remembered him, didn't you?
Yeah.
Sounds like
He disappeared.
Yeah,
that
was the
poor
last time I was
design.
seen.
poor design for traffic flow.
There's a
Well,
lot
a lot of these roads were designed during, an era when there wasn't as much traffic.
Sure. Yeah. Certainly Boston is like that. I'm sure Philadelphia has got really old, tight streets. You fucking just half of them go in one direction, half of them go in the other. You can't like one ways and just
Some of them are for parking during certain times of the day.
yeah. Parking restrictions because of street cleaning.
The city, you don't go more than 15 miles per hour. It's the highways around you. That's the problem.
Of course.
And on top of it, everyone carries, so there's no real road rage around us unless you want to get shot. So
Everyone here, though, has had to have an experience with a driver that was dangerous, then just out of their mind, dangerous. We came to when Route 29 in Maryland comes to an end, it turns to the left and becomes one lane on this back road. And we were at a red light, and this car a bit to the left of us was past the line, and I was like, "Well, that's odd." So we were in a Honda Del Sol, little tiny car, and we zipped around him and got in front of him. And then he was so pissed off at us that he raced us along the opposite end of the road of oncoming traffic. And my dad was like, "All right, watch this." And so he as soon as the guy passed us, my dad came to a stop. And the guy got in front of us and slammed on his brakes and looked behind him and was like, "Ha, ha, ha, ha." And when he realized that we had already come to a stop because we knew he was crazy, he sped off like a screaming demon. It was the weirdest experience I've ever had on the road. Someone that was purposely trying to get us into a big accident.
that happens every day almost.
Screw that,
Yeah,
dude.
crazy.
As I got older, I drive like an old person now. I do the speed limit, maybe 5 over, but and when I see that shit, I avoid it. I'll just slow down or get another lane. I'm not a kid no more. I used to tailgate the shit out of them.
Aphid
I
lips will
wish-
tailgate you and run you off the road.
I've
Don't
never
do it.
really tailgated anybody.
No, if I,
You've never really tailed. Everybody's
I get-
tailed.
No, I don't like because what if they slam on their brakes and I'm gonna like slam into the back of them?
Yeah, I mean, I
No, you don't
guess.
tailgate them because it's wise. You tailgate them because you're enraged. I'm so
I've been-
angry because you're
I've
not going
been-
fast enough.
Aphid
I've
reminds
been
me
enraged
of
with
that's
people
like
and I've honked at people, but I haven't like just read their. I mean, that just seems sketchy, you know.
especially
I've been
when-
in stupid situations though because growing up, I had a lot of modified cars and everything, and I think back at the stupid times I was driving in and out of traffic at high rates of speed, and I'm just like, God, I'm a fucking idiot.
Never
If
did
I saw
that.
somebody doing that now, I would want to kill them, and I did that to
Somebody
dozens, if not hundreds, of people.
Right.
You weren't that
Some
guy
old
who
man
put
was
a
like, "I'll
massive.
kill that guy."
You weren't that guy who put a massive tune on an engine, but left the stock brakes in there, were you?
Yeah. Well, no, I had my.
Dangerous.
A lot of the cars I bought were. I didn't do a lot of, I bought them and they were already heavily modified.
I
I
see.
get good deals on them,
Sure.
Like I had a Mustang with a roll cage in it. I didn't put no roll cage in it.
That's cool. So me and Last Dance were discussing earlier when we blew our load, as you so eloquently said.
Well, you don't blow
Gregory.
your load so early.
Well, I'm just having conversation. Did you guys have an opinion about this recent spending and the Musk involvement? Anything along those lines?
Do you
You're
actually
kind-
know what the money was spent on?
Yes.
I don't know enough of what was spent on.
$400 screwdrivers and
Well, that's the military. Stop.
I mean,
I don't like Trump's. I don't like. It's not that I don't like Elon Musk involvement. I just feel I don't like anybody to be raised to such a level. I don't care if they're a sports player or anybody, musician, a politician, and I feel like he's definitely raised his level and what people think of him.
yeah, it's kind of funny. Him and Vivek are supposed to be hand in hand in this.
Yeah, I don't even
Apartment.
hear about the Vivek.
Yeah,
guy.
where's Vivek?
But I don't think he's
not
like-
famous.
He's
not
not
famous enough.
He's not eating the Big Mac on the jet with Trump every day either.
Right. You think they were trolling with that picture?
No,
Who knows?
Absolutely.
You think fucking?
I mean, I think
RFK
he
was
I think
McDonald's?
Trump probably really wanted that shit.
But you think RFK eats that crap?
Fuck
I mean, I
no.
put all kinds of poison in my body. I don't even eat.
I
fucking
think
McDonald's,
any of
bro.
those ass kissers would do anything when they're in the presence of the person that they know that is going to give them more power.
Damn. I mean, RFK had a fillet of fish, if I remember. Elon had nuggies, solid choice, like childlike kind of. I believe Trump had Trump had a fillet of fish and possibly another burger. We might have to pull up the thing here for just to get the order right. But
For historical purposes.
I thought they might have been trolling with that whole thing, bro. That just didn't seem legit. I mean, I don't know. Trump back in 2016 was like, a reporter was talking to him about eating on the campaign and how it's easy to put unhealthy food in his body. And he's like, well, to tell you the truth, I had chicken last night. I had Kentucky Fried Chicken. Not the worst thing in the world. Like, he's trying to rationalize that that's healthy. I mean, I don't know.
I think it's funny how we started talking about McDonald's and Last Dance started drinking.
Yeah.
It's like,
No,
I can't get it out.
With the whole Elon thing, I just think people are just they're very hypocritical because if like the only way I can think is if Bill Gates was like seen with Biden every day and telling Democrats what they should do and stuff, people would be having a fit, but they just don't see a problem with it.
Oh, you really don't think billionaires have influence in the Democratic Party?
No, I know they do. The worst thing in politics is the campaign financing, and I just
Yeah.
think that this is another form of it.
George Soros donating to a DA in rural Maine, 400 grand.
Soros DAs in every major city.
Yeah,
But what I'm just pointing out, like, there's $400,000 in a campaign race where they might only spend $600,000 between all the candidates, you know? And so you're thinking, well, that's not a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of that particular campaign, and if you compound that to the amount that he's doing all around the country, it's way more influence than fucking Elon Musk would ever even dream of having. Because he's not going to go that route, obviously. That's not his intention. And Soros, I guess it is. What is he trying to do with all of that?
What is George Soros trying to do?
Yeah, what's his purpose?
I think you only need to look at the positions. He's pushing extreme progressive narratives like defund the police,
Right, yeah. We had this
end imprisonment
Mhm.
of criminals. I mean, it's a disaster.
We had this.
But the purpose is to destroy the nation at the end of the day.
well, it's not the
I mean, a
purpose.
lot of them have been recalled. A lot of those Trump, a lot of those Soros DAs, but there's still some of them left. The guy in Philadelphia, what's his name? Topple, Larry something.
You have to ask him again.
We just lost ours.
Oh, you had a Soros DA?
I think so. I think she was, and I think that Cori Bush was too, wasn't she?
She was a Congress
funded, or how do you know?
She was a representative. Yes, she lost. I don't know if she was Soros funded.
So it was a funding.
I'm pretty sure our DA was. I can't
So
remember her name.
when these DAs come out and say, like in Boston, they were starting to push towards not prosecuting for shoplifting.
Right.
And actually, Rachel Rollins, who went on to have a position early on in the Biden campaign and the Biden cabinet, she got, because she's a moron, she was starting to implement that in Boston. You know, what are you talking about? How are you going to have a city where anyone can walk in and take things off the shelf of a business, walk out and not get arrested?
Yeah, that's the.
So why
that is the extreme progressive position.
Why would George Soros, of all people, want that?
I believe it has to do with it's the communistic mindset where if you don't have something, you're allowed to have it. So if these people are poor and need something, they shouldn't be punished for going and taking it. That's my understanding of the mindset.
If you really want me to tell you what he's thinking, he probably believes that, this is a narrative, this left-wing narrative of the carceral state that imprisons poor people and people of color for
not following
basically being poor and being people of color. That's the suggestion.
Right. They haven't had the same opportunities, therefore they shouldn't be punished.
Have to follow the law.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's.
Well, yeah.
I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Sort of
let's give them more opportunities.
Like it's our fault, all of our five's fault that those people
That's fair. I'll
made
take it.
that those people had to make those decisions.
Right,
Yeah.
and it also goes back to the old systematic racism sort of thing.
Right. The assumption is that people have no agency of their own. Therefore, they simply ride the waves, helpless, that are generated by the rich and their system. But that there's no evidence that that's true. There's a lot of evidence that it's not true. The whole narrative is.
Yeah, but I mean, when it comes down to it, when it comes down to it, you have too many people that are able to rise themselves out of those situations to be able to say that they're just an anomaly, because there are people, whether it be through academics or
Ethics.
ethics or athleticism, whatever it might be, you know, you can beat it, even just good old hard work, you know.
Right.
Absolutely.
There is a cycle there. You can't deny that of continuing like poverty that seems to be generational. You know, that does exist.
But
I would argue that it's not a cycle of poverty. It's a cultural poverty that it really infects these people.
speaking of infection, though, you have the ethic of working hard to earn something and rise above. But if a bunch of people in a young generation can see that you can lie, cheat, and steal and get away with it and progress that way, how many people aren't going to go the hard work route because that option is then okay?
I mean, I don't think the people that lie, cheat, and steal do very well. It's not like you're going to thrive by lie,
But if
cheating,
you're not
and
prosecuted,
stealing. Well, you're right. You certainly will not stop, because it's always easier to steal than it is to work, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
you'll last a lot longer than if there's a functioning normal justice system that's going to press charges on you for said crimes.
Let's not pretend that only applies to people of color or poor people. What do you think the mafia is? It's an organization dedicated to stealing because they're lazy, and that's an easy way to make money as opposed to working. It's the same thing. So it's something, and we wouldn't think of letting the mob, it's okay. You go ahead and shake people down and threaten them with death if they don't pay you protection money.
are you talking about the IRS? What are we talking about?
Well, I mean,
That's another thing. That's another different story.
Mafia did it in such a way that they were successful.
Yeah, because they did it in an organized way. That's the difference between organized crime and street crime, is basically disorganized.
Mm-hmm.
So it's true that they applied, they treated their thing as a business, but basically the reason that mobsters are rich is because they steal from people rather than working.
Right.
I mean, it's not necessarily trivial. You have to be willing to kill people, but it's not hard work. You just have to be brutal and smarter than the other guy who's as brutal as you are. So,
hard pass.
I despise mobsters. I don't. I think of them as just lazy criminals that would rather steal than work. They do it on a larger scale, but they're nobody to be proud of. They're nobody to look up to.
I want to be a mobster when I grow up.
You like mob movies?
Not really.
You don't like Godfather?
I mean, it's a good movie, right? It's a great movie.
Great movie.
But I think I don't know.
Goodfellas
is another great movie, but I think all of them take a kind of romantic view of the mob. Even when they say, "Look, they're horrible people," we're not taking a romantic view. No, you really are taking a romantic view.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and I think the bottom line is the mob is just lazy people who would rather steal than work, and they do it with an organization that is more efficient than and is able to better insulate their people from legal trouble.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
You have somebody else do the wet work, and you take the money, you take your cut, and people don't cooperate, you kill them.
That's right. Yeah. It's crazy.
It's not hard to kill somebody. It's not like you have to kill them, using a butter knife. You just shoot them in the head. It's very easy. It's not hard work. You just have to be a psychopath, and that's what it's the other aspect of mob. The mob is that these are psychopaths.
The mob was easier back in the 60s, 70s, 80s. As technology has gone forward now with cameras everywhere and cell phones, you can't just whack a guy and
That's right.
leave their body outside of it, like the Gambinos or whatever, outside of a restaurant in New York. Now everyone would be on fucking camera, film, all kinds of stuff. Back in the
Yeah.
day, as long as they didn't see who did it and they never find the gun and there's no evidence like fingerprints, you're gone. You're safe, you know?
Right.
There's
It's
other
impossible.
ways. You don't have to kill them anymore.
I mean, an organization can better arrange murder compared to some poor dude who's like a junkie and is stoned all the time.
Right.
You know, they're gonna kill somebody. They're gonna get caught. They'll be obvious. They'll probably leave their driver's license at the scene. You know, because they're
Do you think the police can
zoned
still
out
be
on
bought?
heroin. Huh?
Do you think the police can still be bought nowadays?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anybody can be bought. It's the weakness of any
Banking is
organization. It was always a concern, even in organizations that I was in.
I don't think the police, it's easy. Individuals, you could say yes, but you can't put a sweeping generalization on any organization. Of course, the weakest ones,
Well,
potentially
I
with
don't-
financial problems, can be bought, but
I don't
That
know
does-
if that's what Tabla was saying, but yeah, I'm saying that a police force is composed of individuals, and the bigger the police force, the more
of course,
opportunities there'll be for vulnerable individuals to be recruited.
right?
It would make
by-
sense
by
that
payment.
in the fraternity of police, there's a network amongst all of the different precincts. There's a dark side.
I think it's only as strong as the weakest link. I think any organization, no matter how respectful you think you are, it just takes one person to be greedy to move the ball in the wrong direction for money.
Hmm.
It's not true. Look at the government.
Government is the biggest of all. It's got so many parts, so many pieces, so many people.
Pardon me?
That might be part of the problem, is that it's too big, which brings us back to the spending bill. And which brings me to another question involved with this new administration.
Can I say
Well,
one more thing, one quick thing
Of
before
course,
you
of
move
course.
on?
No rush, no rush.
Because
We're in the same subject zone, so we're not really changing.
I didn't get a
too much.
chance to jump in, but I don't think we ever mentioned that some people of color were definitely had at a disadvantage, until not that long ago, and I don't think
They
that
still
was
are.
I don't think that was mentioned at all. But
So
You
they're
mean
good
like-
now?
They didn't have
when?
The 1960s.
like when they
early-
weren't available to buy houses in certain areas.
When was that?
The last time I think it was in the mid '70s.
So is that
Well,
two
that's like
generations?
2 generations since then.
I know, but I'm just saying I don't think it was mentioned at all. And statistically, you're only going to be 80 to 85% different financially, successfully, pretty much down the line as your parent was. And
You have a valid point. I mean, say you come here as an immigrant, you're ground zero for that family, and then as generations go on, you can accumulate wealth.
Yeah,
So if
yes.
only since the 70s, certain communities have been able to have the American dream for themselves, then they're only 2 generations into wealth.
they could only buy houses that would depreciate in value or stay at a lower increased rate as the rest of the population.
The immigrant experience is the counterexample to the whole theory of cycle of poverty or generational wealth or any of those things, because if you look at these people, some of these immigrants came here with nothing. They immigrated, they fled war in wherever they came from, and
Africa, we'll just say that.
Some-
Africa, Africa,
Sure.
Some shithole country.
some shithole country, sure,
Right.
and and they have within one generation, they have achieved a middle class level of wealth by
Yeah,
by simply
That's the dog
working.
whisperer.
they've sort of hurdled over an entire
They
um,
they had
socioeconomic group in that one generation, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I have, and it's purely cultural. It really is.
I'd like to
A cul-
I'd like to see the generation that haven't though, that were in poverty and have been there for several generations. Is it the same?
you mean the immigrants that have
Yeah,
been in
some
poverty?
immigrants that have stayed in poverty and their generation after generation have stayed in poverty. I mean, to your example, the next generation should be able to get out of that, but statistically, I bet it's not that case. I bet statistically, the generation after generation of immigrants that are stuck here already from their parents or grandparents' decision have a lower success rate than the immigrants that you're talking about that fight to come here to the United States and succeed.
I
There's
doubt
a
that's true. I bet
I bet
statistically
that
it's
I
the
bet
other way around.
statistically I would bet money on it.
Well,
Statistically,
what do
that
you,
is
what do
true.
you think then? Which immigrants?
I'm saying the immigrants that have been here for multi generations that are
Like who?
stuck in any immigrant.
Pick one.
What are you talking about?
Let's say Italians. You were just
Okay.
talking about Italians that were stuck in poverty, and I'm guessing it would take them a longer generation than the person that just comes over in that first generation that comes over and is hungry and chose to come to this country.
I want to relate to what
To
you're saying with the
succeed.
biblical concept, because there's a concept that the sins of the father are bestowed upon their generations under them for multiple generations. So if your father is in the mob, or your father is on certain drugs and isn't ethically a good father, those things can be your life also, and your son's life. You know, how long does it take to get out of the mob, or how long does it take to get away from that drug, or those aspects can keep you in a state of poverty depending on what they are. I think it's relatable.
So, first generation that comes here, they're hungry, they're working. The second generation is lazy and
No. I'm saying the
Oh,
second generation after they've been like there's sections of every city that has every ethnicity that is kind of been, that low wage worker. I don't
Yeah.
care what country they came from, and they stay in sections and that are stuck in. I'm saying that next generation has a lower percentage chance of succeeding to get to that level that Last Dance is talking about than that
What, middle
that
class?
that first generational person that fights to come over here or gets kicked out of their country that was doing successful in their own country, whatever reason they chose to come here to the United States for a better life.
They have
I
the
think
fire
those
in 'em.
people have a much better shot statistically than the people that generationally are stuck in that rut and stuck in that situation.
I don't believe that, but
I need
if
evidence.
if you can show me some evidence,
All right,
Most-
I'd like.
I'll
Most of
relent.
the guys I work with, they come here, make their money, and actually go back home, and that's the big thing. So
Yeah, well, that's South Americans especially.
But I think what Aphid is saying is that the person that comes first has a fire in them to succeed,
Yes,
and their kids don't
they
necessarily
chose to
have
come
that
here.
in
Well,
them.
they might not have chose, but they
don't
chose to
like
come
that.
here. Where slaves that were here from generation to generation didn't have that same opportunities. Just
But
been
you-
stuck
but-
in
but
that. They
any
only
of
have
them
an
could have
80
the
to
fire in
85% chance of getting out of that the next generation. I'm not even saying they're meeting that percentage. Some
But
of them.
in the situation of slavery, any person that just got out of slavery has the opportunity to have the fire in them to succeed.
No, they didn't have the same opportunities.
If
real-
once
They weren't
did
allowed.
have the
They weren't allowed.
Once they did have the opportunity,
I mean,
any
your
of them
home,
could have
your
had the
home,
fire.
the equity of your home is easily one of the most valuable things to a person's assets in their ability to succeed. And when you're not allowed to buy a house in a certain area because you're going to lower the value of everybody else's, or that's the thought process of why that was put in place, then you don't have the same opportunities to pass that down generationally. When you die, your kids aren't going to have
You're not talking
that
about
house to sell.
So you're talking about inheritance. You're not even talking about the kid
That's
being
the only way
successful,
that
going to school,
generationally.
going to college,
Yeah,
or getting into a
generationally.
trade, a different trade, and making more money.
Well, that's one good example of it.
I'm not talking about generational wealth.
No, I am.
You don't need any. You don't need generational wealth. That's
Don't
not
need-
what's
Yeah.
that's not what you need. The only thing you need is to work hard yourself.
I mean, it's easy for you to
Yes.
say that.
Yeah, it is true.
It's you know your but your generation. You have to keep in mind that you going back through your generations and maybe you are exempt from this for some reason, but most
Skin
people,
color.
the common thing is generationally their inheritance helped them to succeed and pay off debt and
I don't know
That's a
anybody
whole
like that.
That's not middle class. That's more like the rich class you're talking about, though.
Yeah,
I'm
no
not
one I
I'm
know
not
got a
talking about-
significant inheritance. I grew up in a city, in a middle class neighborhood in the city, and everybody I know has done well, and almost none of them had any significant inheritance. And
No, but
by
they
the
had-
time they got their inheritance, they had already established themselves with their, they got their inheritance when they were in their 40s, most likely, or 50s.
That's what I'm thinking. Aphid.
Was
That's
there
what
was their
you
high
think-
school accredited?
Do you last
Was their
dance? Do you
high
think
school
that
accredited?
your-
Of course.
Do you
Yeah,
think
well,
that what you have
some of
last
these
dance
inner
is
city
going to
kids,
help
their
your
high schools
grandchildren?
don't really mean shit.
No, their high schools are the same. In my city, all high schools were the same.
Yeah.
Last dance. Do you think that your wealth is going to help your daughter's children?
My
And
wealth
give them-
will, yes, but my parents' wealth didn't help me because they didn't have any wealth.
Right, but you do, and that will give
That's
your
right.
grandchildren that advantage.
My parents,
That's correct.
money.
But
Yeah.
but that doesn't mean that they would be destitute and criminal, and if they didn't have even a penny from my inheritance.
It does mean that it gives them the opportunity to be criminals because they don't have to earn anything, though. It can go either way.
Well, I mean, he's not going to
Yeah.
have enough for that. Yeah, it's enough to help
Believe
him.
me, I've considered this. It's really passing money on to your children is something we should think seriously about because
Fuck that.
I mean I'm going to do whatever I can to have them inherited a lot of money.
Did you
but
pay for their college loans if they went to college? Would you pay for their college loans if they went to college? How about that?
Yeah, I would.
Aren't you setting them up already doing that, though?
What?
Yeah,
smoke
it helps.
songs and not go to class? What?
Oh no, there's nothing wrong with that if you can do it.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
if I didn't do that, they would have found another way, just like I found a way to finance my education without much help from my parents.
Do you agree with Warren Buffett what he did with his kids?
What did he do?
content.
Put them in the wood chipper? I don't know what.
Well, he didn't give them a ton of money.
Well, if he gave them 0.1% of his money, that's still a ton.
This is only the only million you're going to get this year. So
What was his name?
I don't know if I would agree with what he did, but I certainly would respect it because I've had the same thoughts myself. Should I or shouldn't I? There's
Steve,
pros
can
and
you give
cons.
context to that? What did he do?
Well, I don't want to misquote it, but
I mean, he's going to donate a lot of his wealth to others.
So obviously he's a billionaire,
Yes, he's a billionaire.
and he just basically said to his kids, "You're on your own."
I doubt it. Even if he said, "I'm donating 99% of my wealth to charity," that 1% is a better start than most of us.
No,
seriously,
yeah, his immense wealth of 145 billion, his children will not inherit a significant portion for personal use. Instead, they will play a critical role in managing the distribution of wealth to various charitable causes after his passing.
interesting.
And they'll get paid.
Yeah,
For
they
doing
might
that.
have $1 million a year salary
Exactly. Right.
per kid.
what does this guy do? Like he's an owner of something? Like what is he?
Basically,
Well,
he's an investor, so he owns
Oh, so he's an investor.
he owns
Okay.
parts of many companies.
Well,
Who are you talking
the big
about?
the big
Warren
one.
Buffett.
of course, would be Berkshire.
Topple doesn't know who.
Berkshire
Topple, don't act
Hathaway,
like
but
you don't know who
Berkshire
Warren
Hathaway.
Buffett is.
I
Berkshire
don't know.
Hathaway. in
I really
turn-
don't know who Warren Buffett is.
Oh, come on, dude.
You know who Jimmy Buffett is?
Right?
I know who Jimmy Buffett is.
Well, Warren didn't sing as well as Jimmy, but he was a little better at
brothers?
this.
Your
That's
brother?
not
Yeah,
that's not
no.
saying much.
It's actually Warren is Jimmy's uncle, even though Warren
Okay.
has outlived Jimmy.
No, he really
That's
is.
the
Are you
adrenochrome.
serious?
I think so. Yeah.
They're related?
Yes,
Duh.
Warren Buffett.
Oh, I
is
had
Jimmy
no
Buffett's
idea.
uncle. You didn't
Duh,
know
I
that?
had no
Duh.
idea that. I had no
Duh.
idea.
How don't you know that?
Well, I'm sorry. That I did not know. I had no idea.
You get that one, Tom. Aphid
I had-
had you, and 10 seconds later, you got him right back.
I'll admit it. I had no idea.
Like, I know
think
who
it's Buck.
that's who I thought you guys were talking about, Jimmy Buffett. I'm like, he's worth that much money?
No, he was actually.
You never heard of
worth-
Berkshire Hathaway?
Jimmy
No.
Buffett was
Oh,
was actually worth.
I think
They
you
talk.
got to be trolling. You
I'm
got to be
not
trolling.
trolling. I'm being serious.
Why would anybody have heard of Berkshire Hathaway?
Well, just Warren Buffett or Berkshire. Seriously,
yeah,
one or
I
the
mean,
other.
well-
I mean, come on.
How
I'm not
often do you
familiar
read the
with that.
business pages, Topple, of the newspaper?
Never.
I've never read
I'm
them
not
either, though.
educated. I'm
You're
stupid.
pretty fucking smart, so don't let me. It's like Aphid says, everything you say is bullshit, including
Yeah.
that.
What the
I
fuck?
think he really is dumb, but he bullshits so much that we think maybe
Nah.
he's not.
No,
You
he's
don't
not
have to have
dumb.
knowledge to give
No,
advice.
he wants to play dumb, but we know he's not.
Well, let's go with the old fail safe. Did you know who Warren Buffett was? RW.
I knew Warren Buffett. Yeah.
Okay, so
So
I don't
we're
know
the
the other
same
one you guys
age. I'm
talking about.
stupid.
no, you're not stupid.
I like Warren Buffett. I think he's.
Yeah,
Like-
he's a chill guy, and he lost his business partner not long ago, Charlie
I like.
Moncton, something like that. Is that right? Last
I don't
dance.
know. I don't. I
So
don't
the
know who
only
this is
thing
talking about.
I know of rich owner, like people like Buffett, I guess, would be Rockefeller. But the only reason I know that name is from rap songs. And I'm
Really?
being serious. So
Wow.
I mean, Rockefeller was kind of the name of a rich person in my day.
okay,
50
okay.
years ago.
yeah,
That's a very
Black
powerful
Plague
name.
era.
Exactly right. When we had to crank the car's handle, to get it going.
What about?
Vanderbilt? You probably heard of the Vanderbilts.
Rockefeller,
Top-
Vanderbilt, Carnegie.
I got one for you. Here's one that people think have this huge hand in the world and behind the
Bidens?
scenes. The Bilderberg Group, all of this crap, all this behind the scenes shit. The Rothschild.
Oh,
Yep.
I know that one. I know Rothschild.
It means the red shield, which you'll find on Salvation Army.
That's a conspiracy going on these days, anyway, with the right.
Always been a conspiracy.
Oh,
Is it
yeah,
always
there-
been tied into
The
the right?
Rothschild conspiracy theory?
Huh?
No. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what you're talking about, but their family's involvement with the banks and the Vatican and such it's historical.
Yeah, what's their involvement with the Vatican? RW.
They were the banks for the church. The church's money.
Hey,
holders.
well, so what?
Take
That's
it where
what
you want from
bankers
there.
do, right?
Take it where you want from there.
Somebody had to be their banker.
That's right. And there was
Why not
probably a
the
lot of
Knights Templar? They were
competition.
good with it.
they make a fine Cabernet. Actually Bordeaux, but of course predominantly Cabernet Sauvignon with a mix of
Sounds fancy.
a
Yeah,
few other grapes
So-
in there. But
So
Horrible
these
wine.
guys are like this generation today was it Musk and Gates?
it's all tech billionaires.
Yeah, it is.
yeah,
All
now
the big money now.
Is Gates
It's not-
even up
not-
there still?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Way up there.
Billy
Bill
and
The Amazon guy.
Oh,
Bezos.
Bezos, or
I
whatever.
don't hear much about him actually, Aphid. He's wealthy
Oh,
and
he's
everything,
rich.
but he's not making much noise.
Oh, he's making noise now.
He's pulling the curtain
What's
strings
going on?
with Gates.
Something with now he's backing off the woke agenda and all that stuff. And what newspaper does he own?
He owns the Washington Post.
All of them.
And there was somebody on the left on CNN saying that they need to ban him or something. I forget what it was.
What
because
he did was he refused. He decided that the newspaper would not endorse a candidate. Would
How dare
stop
them.
endorsing
Oh, is that
Which
dare
why?
them.
endorsing-
They didn't endorse anybody.
No, they weren't. They were going to stop endorsing candidates because
How could that be looked at as a bad thing? Like
exactly.
they're gonna
Well,
stay out of politics,
I mean,
Well,
and they're
a
gonna
lot
try
of
to
them-
keep their word true. Wow, that's horrible.
well,
they
it's
lost-
a bad thing if you expected the Washington Post to endorse Kamala Harris. Hey, Lee. That's
Get on
okay.
here. You're wasted.
I'm glad you stopped by, Lee. It's great to hear from you, and I hope you're doing great. And enjoy your party. Stay wasted, and have a great Christmas.
Yeah.
Everybody. I hope that everybody has a great
Just
Christmas.
wear a
I love
condom.
Christmas. I love it.
Wear a condom, absolutely, on your hands too.
What was the last thing before I put the Lee comment up we were just talking about?
What?
The
Washington
Post.
What was the other paper? The LA Times wouldn't endorse somebody?
The LA Times also. I don't know who owns that, but they
In the last couple
declined to
elections,
endorse.
the last couple elections, they always went for the Democrat, right?
The Post has always
So it was like a spin in the face when they said they weren't going to do it.
exactly. It was expected. So
I mean, basically,
People cancel their subscription.
they lost.
Oh,
they
no.
lost writers. They
Bunch
lost
of
journalists.
pussies. Bunch of pussies. If
Yes.
you ask me.
a few people quit. Yeah, they lost nobody important.
A news
They didn't
organization
lose.
shouldn't. They
Right,
shouldn't.
exactly.
It,
They-
should,
Newspapers
it should be
should hold on
a
to
crime if they do.
exactly.
It should
How can you?
it should deny them from any credibility from that point on.
How is it
if they
not
do.
a conflict of interest?
I don't know.
To proclaim yourself as an unbiased, honest broker of news, and at the same time endorse
Ah.
candidates.
It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
And
It
plus, why the fuck? Who cares who you like? Mind your own fucking business. Don't endorse a candidate.
I
We're
think
not
they made
gonna-
bigger news by reporting it, making it a bigger issue. That's why
Yeah.
they blew it
I mean,
up.
they
too much.
I don't think they blew it up. They didn't want to blow it up at all.
It's been a tradition that newspapers endorse candidates. Newspapers used to be part of political parties. That's why I don't know. Some newspapers are called the Democrat, the St. Louis
Yeah,
Democrat. I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
Others
Globe
are called the
Democrat.
Republican. That dates from the days in the 1800s or earlier. When they were part of news parties. But they've long since they used to, move to a more objective stance of nonpartisan reporting, and they should have changed their names. They should stop endorsing candidates. That stuff's there's too much people. There was a time when people learned everything they did from newspapers. It's not; those times are long gone. A newspaper endorsement is meaningless.
No, they're just
People have
preparing
access to
starting
so
fires.
many different pieces of information. It's not going to be influential. All it does is make half of your readership, potential readership, angry at you.
Right.
The other half isn't. Nobody's changing their vote because you said vote for somebody else.
How long into the future do you guys think until printed newspapers are outdated and no longer resource?
That was like
Right
10
now.
years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Even papers like New York Times, I think they make more money, or most of their money, from their online edition.
Right. Your
I mean,
app,
the
your phone apps.
Paper
smartphone.
itself, people still like paper. I do because I'm old. I like curling up with a newspaper and
Crossword puzzle.
crossword puzzle and swatting poor people with my newspaper and telling them to get a job because I'm
With the stock
how old I
section.
am.
See, I get all
Nice.
my news from Twitter nowadays. So
Yeah.
I can
I get all
just
my
see
news from Last
I could
Dance's
just see
post.
Last Dance in his pajamas, all reclined and with the blanket over him and his
Reading
newspaper.
Say, goddamn liberals, look what they're doing. Look at this.
All right. So on a similar subject, in the media realm, old Georgie Stephanopoulos had a bit of a misstep with the way that he spoke about Trump
It
recently.
reminds
Have
me
you
of the
guys heard
elephant from Sesame Street.
Have you guys heard about this?
he got sued.
No.
Well, ABC lost Yeah, $15 million.
Oh yeah.
And he
Trump?
owes 1 million.
No, it was
15
Trump.
million plus 1 million.
Yeah,
he doesn't.
he talked against Trump and now has to eat crow.
Well-
He didn't talk against Trump. He used the wrong words.
Can you play the clip here so we can dissect it?
You know,
now?
Trump probably would have lost.
I don't think I can because he lost a lawsuit to it. So if I play it, would I be liable?
No, you won't.
No, not at
Well,
all.
we're speaking out against it.
No, we're
You would
not.
not.
We're dissecting. We're in YouTube terms are a reaction. Where we're doing a reaction.
I think if we share false information, your algorithm will actually go up.
On YouTube.
Yeah.
Because what he said, I just looked at it. I'm like, you shouldn't. That's not. What's it? Not libel, wherever the hell it is.
Say slander, so you don't get
Slander. Was it really slander? I didn't look at it as slander. He was accused of something.
Well,
I don't even remember what the exact was. He was called a rapist, or
All right,
Yeah,
I'll read it pretty much verbatim so I don't
No.
get in trouble.
Okay.
The settlement filed in federal court in Miami marks a win for Trump, who sued the network and its star anchor for libel after Stephanopoulos said on air
Yep.
that Trump was found liable for RAPE of writer E. Jean Carroll. Last year, a jury hearing a civil suit brought by Carroll found that Trump sexually abused and defamed her, but found Trump not liable for the R word.
right.
So,
Well, it was a civil case anyway, so they even wasn't a
Wouldn't
criminal
matter.
case.
but you
So
could
they
still
settled out of it
describe
because
as
they knew
such.
that they were done.
You
They
have
knew
to
that they didn't have.
describe it exactly as to what the result was. I suppose you could call him, what's the exact word? You could call him a sexual abuser and a defamer.
I don't.
Is it semantics?
He had no chance. I
But
predict.
they paid him off.
I don't know why they did it. I think they, part of me says they just wanted to get on his good side, to somehow not be an enemy of Trump. I don't know why they settled. They would. Suppose they had lost? What's the worst they would have lost?
How
was he
how
suing
they
him
have
for?
won in court? though,
Oh,
last
this
time?
was a settlement. This wasn't even. They didn't.
No, this
lose.
was a settlement. This was a
Oh,
settlement.
that is stupid.
You're saying that last dance. You're saying that Trump would have lost in court
Oh, for sure.
because of semantics. What is your reasoning if they said something that was libel?
Well,
Wife
what's
says
libel? You
Is this the reason, last dance,
for
right
one
here?
thing,
Is
truth.
this the reason?
Truth, no, it's not obvious.
No.
Truth is a defense against libel. And so they could have just said, it's true. Look at these facts. I'm totally justified in calling him a rapist.
I don't know.
If it was a cut case, why would they have not done that to come out on top?
Say that again.
Why would
I
they
don't
not
know.
That's
You'd have to
very
ask them.
strange.
I
They're
was
willing to get thrown
disappointed.
under the bus.
I was disappointed that they settled.
Now, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that there was a team of lawyers, I would hope, that decided that this was the best route.
Of course,
Unless
it
it
was
was
a team
like-
of lawyers.
So clearly there had to be some legal aspect to this that are you missing, or
Well,
am I
I
giving
certainly
them too
don't
much
know. I
credit?
mean, I don't know as much as their lawyers, but I still don't see, to my knowledge and understanding of First Amendment law, they had almost no chance of losing.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
it's
not
not
just
just legal reasons that could have kept him from making that decision.
In fact, the judge in the Trump trial, in that trial, did call Trump a rapist in
Yep.
his opinions. So if the judge could say it, ABC could say, "Hey, the judge said it. Why
Yeah.
can't I say it?" So I mean,
So I don't know if that. Are you positive about that?
Yeah, I'm
Because
almost positive.
what I'm reading about it is that a federal judge in New York later ruled that it was accurate to say that Trump was found liable for rape in common modern parlance.
Okay, maybe that's what I remember, but isn't that good
That-
enough? That
Well,
didn't just happen yesterday. That didn't
that's
happen.
not-
That happened before the settlement, not after.
yeah, well, I mean, Stephanopoulos is out there talking to 3 million people.
That's right.
So there's a difference here between common, conversation than there is to broadcasting inaccuracies nationwide or even worldwide, theoretically.
You actually don't have to be accurate to be free from defamation. You don't even have. It doesn't even have to be true. You just have to be. It has to be shown that you did not do it with malice.
Yeah.
So they had a very strong defense. I think they should have gone with it's true. It's true. In fact, it was not. It was true. But they had other defenses besides the truth, because you're not required. You can. If it's a public, defaming a public person is a much higher standard than defaming someone who is not judged a public person. Trump is a public person. It's very, very hard to be guilty of defamation of a public person.
What's the definition of a public person?
Okay.
Well known.
I'm
mean,
just curious. I'm
there's
just
a-
curious. Like,
Well-
are we public people? Because we're
No, we are not
public.
public people. Politicians
We'll
are
get there,
public
buddy.
people. Well-known entertainers are public people. It's somebody who's in the public eye, basically.
Okay.
Did
I'm just
he?
wondering because we're broadcasting and we're saying things. If we're
No.
considered,
And I certainly understand.
Once
No,
his
you're not.
following is over 1 million, I think. Then that's
Yeah, you're as long as Shuley stays away, we're not public people.
yeah.
I mean, we're theoretically all.
Well, as long as RW is here, we know that's fine.
I mean, we're reading from articles and
Exactly.
other people's quotes. As far as I know, you can quote till the cows come home, as long as it's
That's right. It's called the fair reporting privilege.
right.
I would like to understand the concept that's happening right now with Trump and not slandering Trump. Like last time Trump was in office, it was fair game to shit on him 24/7. But right now, example of
Still,
shitting on him 24/7.
Yeah, like why it's different than from now. Look at who it is. I was hoping
Oh,
you'd
right.
show up.
All right, Anna. Anna, we
I
need
get-
you to tell us about the. First, we
Her
need to wish you a happy Christmas.
I don't. I
Her avatar is a spitting image of her.
Cheers, Germany.
It's
Long
the
live
lack of
Germany.
examples as compared to the last time that
She's
was
living in Austria now, so
I know it doesn't matter. Close enough.
listen.
I mean, it's the whole scene.
That's
man.
what Hitler thought.
It's the whole scene.
Yes.
He's the head dick. Okay, Mr. E explains it nicely there. Your pubic people. He's the head dick. I don't think he meant pubic, but it works very well with the head dick. I mean, the whole sentence
I
is
think it
really
was on
just
purpose.
it's really just beautiful. Let's go ahead and show that. Wow, we're back to the old way. Where
There
it
we
goes
go.
across the, did you do that last dance?
I might have set it to classic. Is that
Oh, my
what
word.
made it happen?
You
Yeah, I
saved
might have set
it.
it to classic.
You should be happy that you're getting all these extra
Back.
features for your money.
We are back. All right. Thanks for figuring that one out. That shit was annoying before, dude.
I'm sure I figured it out rather than just trying a whole bunch of random stuff until something worked.
I tried a random thing and shut my camera off, so I decided to give that a break and let you handle it.
Well, here's a hint. The little X button is never what you should click on,
Yeah.
even if you're not sure what it is.
Oh, I'm floating around. The thing just
Yeah,
hit
no,
wherever.
no. Say no more.
Oh, see? Like what she says right here. Her
Yep,
mom's hometown.
yep. Where did it happen? I don't even remember. What city was it?
She could tell us. I can't remember either. I got more tabs up at the top than a tab delivery truck. So
Oh, that's a good one.
than the Amazon tab delivery truck.
Can't keep opening tabs. I won't be able to see them anymore.
I hate my and on my son's home.
Oh,
Not
wow.
only does he have a billion tabs open on his home screen, it's filled with icons, just absolutely filled. And I'm like, dude, what is up with that?
Man, for an obsessive compulsive like you, that must be intolerable.
Oh my gosh, I want to take it and clean it up overnight. There, that's better.
Yeah, I mean, it was a brilliant thing when tab browsing came out. I remember an aunt or somebody showing me, they were like, look, you can open a new tab and search and go right back to the tab that you were on. And like, I was like, wow.
Wow.
You don't
Changed
exit
my
out.
life.
Yeah, you don't exit out or like, have this open another window, which made it more complicated. Then you could have like 50 windows open at the bottom or even more. The tab thing was just great. Love it.
You can. I like how you can group them now. Tabs.
You can group them.
Yeah, because we do this thing where for lunch, we look at all these random subjects, and I get a bunch of them together, and I put it in one group. And if you touch at the beginning of it, you touch that one, and it all goes to one. So you have to touch it again to expand them all open, and it's awesome.
I've never used that, but I'm thinking about using it for something.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, just right-click it, and it'll say "Add to new group," and then you give it a title, and then everything you open from that window from then on will be in that group. Or you can move stuff over and put it into that group.
Yeah, I got to try this not during the live show.
You can keep all your porn in one tab.
There, yeah. Call it like taxes.
Accountant, right.
Exactly.
I have a response for you, Steve. Took me
You
a
just gotta
second.
make an account.
What do you got?
So, this is an article by LA Times. And there
By
have
what?
bullet points on it.
LA
I'll-
Times.
Oh,
I'll
LA
share it in
Times.
the background. But so Trump largely bypassed traditional media outlets, granting lengthy interviews to comedians such as Theo Vaughn and Joe Rogan. And another one is anchors and correspondents are having frank conversations with their agents about how they will navigate another 4 years concerning a president who has a hostile view of journalists. The MAGA movement is definitely with Trump on the fake news media vibe. And I'm very curious to see how mainstream media and news will act for the 4 years presidency of Donald Trump, because I don't think they're going to be able to get away with what they did last time. Last time I remember it being like, fuck Trump 24/7. And I'm already not really seeing that. I can see articles here and there that are against Trump, but it's definitely not as vicious.
Just give it a week.
I was going to say, I
Just
don't
give
know
it
what makes...
when he does his inauguration speech. Then MSNBC is going to go when their viewership's going to skyrocket.
All right.
They know it. That's why they're hanging around.
That's right. I mean, all these people are like, "Oh, they're in big trouble." Yeah, right.
I mean, it's not good.
As soon as he's in our daily life and we see what he's doing, and it pisses off 50% of the public, they're gonna have that shit on 24/7.
RW, I don't know what you mean. They're not going to get away with it. I don't know what's to stop them. Tell me.
Just the public response going after them as well. The backlash.
They're not. RW, they're never trying to cater to the public. They're catering to a segment that, it's not like they ever tried to, the MSNBC is not known for having been a straight shooter. They're the progressive TV, just like Fox News is the right-wing TV. They're all happy having at most, 1/3 of the voters watching them. They don't care about the other 2/3 because they're lucky to have 1/3. If they try to get both thirds, they'll end up with 1/8.
Right.
Yeah, and
Or
when
so
they
believe.
come in, when they on MSNBC come in and say, an outsider, the richest man in the world, swooped in and undermined the entire system. And that's basically what happened with the killing of the spending bill. That's MSNBC. And then Fox comes in and says, Elon Musk knows what the American people want. He killed this bill because he did it for the people.
People want it.
Both of them are telling you complete horseshit, and they're fucking lying to you, and they're telling you how to think. And that is the problem with mainstream media. When they tell you how to think, you should be turning the fucking channel and looking for the information for yourself.
Even if one of them is right, it's not. They're not right because they're trying to be right. They're just right. They're right, because they lucked out on it. They're always going to tell what their side wants to hear.
So you're saying that the mainstream media is a problem?
Well, I'm saying that they are partisan. That's the problem.
Well, there's multiple sides to the mainstream media. There's some reporters like Richard Engel or Trey Hinks, some of these guys that do some of the behind the lines reporting in war zones and really bring you some really good information. And then there's the other side of it where talking heads stand there and tell you how to think. And you have to be able to separate the two things, I guess,
I mean, you made a point just recently about Elon Musk, and Elon Musk has changed the game because not only is he now a figurehead in politics that's changing things up or has a potential a lot of change coming, but he also is providing a platform that many, many people are turning to for news information instead of the streaming platforms that are on channels. So that has to make I don't know if the mainstream media is going to maintain what it had last time because we've moved on from it in technology.
I think we're moving on.
Yeah, I think Aphid's point is that you only think they've moved on because there's a momentary lull in viewership for these channels. They don't believe that their time is done, and they're going to plan as if it's not done, and we'll see what happens. But I think this basically you will see the same thing you saw in 2016. I agree with you. I don't think it will work as well as it did in 2016. I don't think a Russiagate hoax or something similar or the equivalent will work the way it did in 2016.
I don't think it needed to. I don't think it needed to. I don't think the Russiagate thing was, just people are just going to be so irritated and so put off by everything he says. They're not going to need somebody to tell them you should be put off by what he says. They're instantly going to hear what he says, and they're going to be put off by it. And they're going to crave to have somebody tell them on a TV screen what they're thinking. And that's where MSNBC is going to fill that void and sell more advertising, and their viewership will skyrocket once again. Will it be what it was before? I don't know.
Right.
But there's going to be a craving for that isn't there right now because he's not relevant, I mean, even though he won, he's still not every day. He's not, like once he makes that, I don't know if you guys remember, but when he did that inaugurational speech and said how horrible everyone was before him and how awesome he's going to be and nobody can fix things and do things like he's going to be, that hasn't changed. We're all going to see that.
You don't think that his way has changed, how he speaks, what he says? I know he still has the same hyperbolic way of speaking, but he's doesn't seem to be blasting out tweets and stuff like the last time around. He seems to be somewhat
his campaigns.
Yeah, but it is interesting. Yeah. It is interesting right now. The president and the president-elect, I guess, are seemingly radio silent.
Well, Joe's not there, so it doesn't matter.
Right. But I mean, you're right about that. Trump it's turned it down a lot. Things are happening still.
I think as soon as he takes office, things are going to just ramp up like you wouldn't believe.
They ramp up now. There's nobody else there. I mean,
there's nothing going on.
Yeah, I mean, once he starts, the stuff he promised, and he always is true to his word. That's why I'm always shocked at people. I can't believe. I thought he was just going to say that. No, he does.
That whole does follow through on horseshit, bro.
He did everything he could to make that wall happen.
Well, Mexico didn't pay for crap.
Well, they weren't ever going to pay for it. That's out of his control.
Oh wow, this is his last tweet.
he doesn't tweet anymore. He sometimes every once in a while there'll be a tweet from him, but I don't
The
think
last
he
tweet
posts
actually-
much on X.
It was about 2 hours after that big McDonald's meal. He had about 7 tweets in a row.
On Twitter, real tweets, or on Truth Social?
I would
It's a
say
joke
stay away from
because he
Truth
was on the
Social.
crapper for so long. You get it? The joke. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But
Now his last tweet I posted in the back chat. It was
backdoor
about
man.
droids.
I mean, we're giving him credit that he's actually the one typing these Truth Social posts, and I know
He's
that it's
dictating
not him.
them.
I think sometimes he
Maybe.
is.
Sometimes.
I think sometimes there's been stuff that you could tell.
Okay.
Well, we read one on here that had one sentence with like 7 commas in it. It was like
Yeah.
3 sentences together. If he's paying somebody to fucking write that, he's
Yes.
paying the wrong person, dude.
that person.
No,
won
he
the
tells them. He tells them, put 7 commas in. Put this all in caps.
That's how I
many
would write
commas
it.
is gonna
So
be in your
write it like
paycheck,
me.
though.
Exactly. That's what he does.
Interesting. Yeah. So like,
He's not telling him, here's my general idea. Tweet that out.
it'd be like
He's
flavor. It'd be
dictating
like,
what to tweet and telling them, the font to use and the caps.
That's the only way.
Make
I
it really
believe
crazy because that's
Yeah.
where I am.
Yeah.
that's
All caps, like a lunatic. Because I feel like a lunatic.
Right.
Jump on here, Anna, with your pineapple vodka.
Well, she says she's on her phone and she doesn't want to do it.
Is
You're
that
welcome
who
on
the
your phone,
Jeb
Anna.
Stewart is?
At least to say hello.
I hope she has a wonderful Christmas.
Yes, I agree.
I hope everybody does. So excited.
There
Are
could
you?
not have been 2 worse enemies than Anna and I on Lion League.
You guys have a general respect for each other, which is admirable.
Absolutely. I consider her a friend now.
I just want to call out to George real quick. He sent me a message that said I look like Jeb Stewart, who I looked up, and
He was a Civil War general.
right, he has way more hair than me though. So
Well, did you see him without his Confederate cap on?
yeah,
Okay. I think the beard maybe makes you look like
it's all about the beard. Fair enough. Learn something new every day.
Christmas is special to you guys. Well, RW's different. You have
I
younger
know.
kids. No, you have younger kids. That's why.
Oh, I don't celebrate Christmas. I thought that's what you're talking
But
about.
he's
Oh, you don't?
No.
no,
What
he's
are you?
kind of like he's one of these Christians that thinks that all these trappings takes away from the.
You're Jehovah?
No.
He's not, but
He's a Jehovah.
I want to
No,
hear what I
he's
am. Go ahead, Dan. It's entertaining.
he's a God. I can't remember the name of it. It's no, it's not Jehovah's Witness. It's God damn. And I used to shop
That's
at your
what it is.
stores because they're the only ones that had vegetarian food 30 years ago.
Yes, the Seventh Day Adventists. But
Seventh-day Adventists. That's right.
most Seventh Day Adventists celebrate Christmas.
Yeah, I know, but there's probably within Seventh-day Adventism, there's probably a strain that thinks it's sort of, and it does in many ways. It may exactly it. There's many aspects of modern day Christmas that are completely eliminate Christ from it.
I'm not.
And,
I mean, to each their own. I'm not. I mean, you guys. I love the fact that America gets together for it. I love the fact that strangers will come up to you and say something that's kind. That's fantastic.
Yeah. Well, I always like a Christmas display that has has Christ in there somewhere, whether it's a creche or something. It doesn't forget that the word Christmas means something.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them that are just purely secular, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I just think it's funny that Christ gets pushed out of Christmas
Right.
in many
Well,
ways. Exactly.
I mean, Mary gave birth to Chris Kringle, and I got a bike. And
That's right.
That
right.
is
That
special.
isn't what could be more magical than that? I mean, that is That surely is God's miracle.
Do you celebrate birthdays, RW?
Yeah. I mean, in my family, we have one for every month, so we definitely get together. And there's 3 generations on this ranch, so we do have at least once a month that we get together and have something like that. I don't really celebrate mine. I forget mine's even happening half the time. I don't pay attention to time like that. I like spending time with people and sharing time and all this and that. But like a birthday,
You don't.
I just
You don't
remember.
know. You don't remember your date.
I remember my birthday, yes, but
Oh,
when that day comes around, I don't pay attention. It's another day.
Well, okay. To the others, didn't Christmas lose its special touch when the kids got older and they found out about the fat man not
Yeah.
being real?
Not for me.
Why is
Well,
he
a little.
that? Be more body positive, Topple.
I mean, the older they got, once they were sort of smart enough to know what was going on, then it wasn't the same. Like you'd wake them up and they would come out and their eyes would be wide. I mean that's very special. But even without that, it was still a great time. Everyone was in the best mood.
Oh yeah, but I mean, it's
Just a wonderful time. Yeah, there is something about young kids that's just a treat, but
it's the only thing I look forward to having grandchildren is see
So
that
you
happening.
can lie to your
Yeah.
grandkids, Topple.
Yes. All the time.
Yes.
So, last dance in your household from day one with your first child, it was the Jewish. It was no Hanukkah, just Santa Claus
Yep.
embraced them. That's,
Absolutely.
my son, did any of your kids get angry when they found out?
No, they didn't.
Mine did.
Because they didn't find out from me. They found out from other kids. You were like just where they
My
found out
son
about
did too, but he's like,
Yeah.
can you believe? And it was late too. It was like 5th grade, 6th grade,
Uh-huh.
and he set up a. In fact, it might have been during the pub, and he's a sophomore in high school now. Anyway, he set up a murder scene in my bed with Elf on the Shelf. It was like,
Wow.
That's
That
kind
kid's a winner. Can I invest in
yeah,
his
he was
can I
so
buy
ups-
stock in his future?
Oh, he was so upset. He was so
Creative.
upset
I'll
that
give
we
him that.
lied to him.
Exactly.
That was
So
the
you're
funny.
not going to get Trump on a stump. You're going to stick with Elf on a Shelf.
Mm-mm.
I got a like thing on Instagram yesterday for a joke I made about Elf on a Shelf.
What's a ding? Like
They took my comment away. They were going to give me like some kind of a negative rating, but then I said it's a joke. Look at
no,
the
not your
post.
social credit score.
what did you say? Elf on a Shelf was
Well,
mass
so this chick,
murderer?
it just comes up in my feed. So this chick is like in her little clothes, if you know what I mean. She sits on a bed and she has an elf, and she says, "Well, you had Elf in a Shelf. Now how about this?" So my comment was, "Bitch in a bed," thinking it was funny, right? No,
It's not
Instagram.
bad. I mean, it's
No,
not.
there's a slut
You're not going
sitting
to
in
make $1
bed.
million from it, but it's
There's
good
a
as a
slut
witty
who-
comeback.
No.
There's a slut
It's pretty
sitting
harmless,
in
too.
this bed, half dressed, with her boobs half hanging out. But no, she's not offending anyone. But if I say "bitch in a bed" as a joke, because what else was the rhyme she was going for?
Right.
Boobs
Well-
in a bed? I don't know. I mean,
Bitch
How
in
did you
bed
get
doesn't rhyme.
Dinged for that? Are you saying Instagram
It
dinged
should've
you,
been
or
slut
she
in a
yeah, for
blocked
the
you?
comment. Instagram dinged me for the
Oh
comment.
man, see, I would
Yeah.
never.
Oh
No,
no.
Elf on a Shelf, bitch in a bed. They're juxtaposition wise, they're the same sort of flow.
Right.
I never
And once
go-
you
I
try,
hardly
once
ever
you
go
have
on
to,
Instagram.
yeah, when you have to explain your joke, no.
No, but you see my point, right?
Yeah, man.
course.
I think you got
I
canceled.
think I was right. I think that's what she was going for, and I still got, flagged for it. So, I mean, come up with another
You're not
answer.
supposed to hurt people's feelings anymore, Steve.
I thought that's what
Instagram is owned by Facebook, right?
Elf,
Well,
in the
yeah.
bed doesn't, Elf in the bed doesn't rhyme, Cup. Gotta have flow. Alpha Michelle.
Can
branching out,
you
man.
show us the
Branching out.
picture? Can you show us the picture?
It was gone as quickly as I made the comment.
Oh.
I'm just trying to be funny, man.
Right. It was way too heterosexual, and so they were like, "Nope, not having it."
Yeah.
Instagram can be funny, you know. whatever.
Didn't when your kids found out that Santa Claus was fictitious? Didn't at some point in time it come back to, "Oh, this is an awesome time of year that I get to spend time with my family"? I mean,
No,
or is that when you're
where's my
much
gifts?
older? Or,
Where's my gifts?
Right.
I mean, there's still the selfish
Much-
aspect, I'm
we
sure,
got
but
much more
at a
mercenary
certain
after that.
age, it's no longer about the gifts.
No, it's about the gifts. Well,
Yeah.
my oldest is 19, so
Okay.
Well,
I mean-
my son was he was angry that we lied to him. You know.
No yawning.
Why not?
I mean, do you give? We don't exchange gifts. Me and wife.
Really?
don't.
We do not.
Oh,
Well, I'll tell you why. Because last year I wanted a new fishing reel.
oh no! She
Time
watches
to get
this.
real.
Complain.
No, I told her I was like,
Okay.
"Don't get me anything. I'm getting a new fishing reel this year. It's like
I'm
you know,
getting the one I want.
$450. What do you want me to write the model number, color, and serial number and hope to God that she gets the right one? No, I just go buy it myself. We have the
Right.
same bank account.
Well,
What's the silliness of buying them?
well, you give it to her, and then she wraps it up and gives it to you on Christmas Day.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Yeah.
That's what we do. I order a lot. I order some of my gifts and give them to her, and she wraps them up.
I mean,
Nothing's more loving than when you ask your wife to print out a return label for Amazon so you can send the gift back.
I mean, we just have bypassed that whole thing.
You're right.
See,
Just-
we're going away. That's our gift to each other.
Oh, nice. Good
that's
for
where
you.
you going?
Jamaica.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
make it. Sounds nice.
Yeah, I'm on.
The
Without
whole
no
family?
kids. Without no kids.
Oh,
Nice.
awesome.
It'll be our first vacation in 20 years with no kids.
Are you afraid your kids
Wow.
are going to have a party at your house?
He's every time we go away, he has parties, but his friends are very respectful. They never
well,
break
a
any-
get together and a party is a different thing.
Oh, we have cameras set up all around the house.
Oh, yeah,
We
this
can
day and age.
see around
That's
the house,
true.
not
I didn't even think-
inside.
I didn't even think about that, but yeah, we do too,
So,
and I can
We
see.
can see everyone coming through any door.
Right.
Hey, Shoal, good to see you.
Shell's here?
So you don't
Yeah.
think your son knows how
Joel's
to
here.
put that on a loop?
What up, Shelly?
No, he has no clue.
Oh.
He's no. Well, I don't have a problem with him having like 10 friends over as long because the biggest thing we check is the ring. Did the
Right.
kids stay? If they stayed, there's nothing to yell about. If they were having a party and they all stayed and no one drove, I'm happy with that.
So how many drywall repairs is they allowed to have for the party? Just one?
Now, they never damage anything. This
What
is
kind
not
of kids are these?
this generation, unless my like he's
Do
in
you have internet and Xbox? Yes, I do. All right, sounds good.
That's what they do. They just bring they hook up their whatever console to the big TV downstairs, set up beanbags all around, and smoke and drink and play games. That's all they
Smoke what?
do. Weed.
Opium.
Oh, all right. As long as it's not cigarettes, I'm fine with it.
No. These kids don't smoke cigarettes these days.
Fuck cigarettes, bro.
Do you think
They
that's phasing out?
They vape. They do vape though.
All that addiction for no buzz, shit ain't worth it, man.
I don't know what you're talking about. You never
No,
had
I
a
mean,
cigarette
what's-
first thing in the morning?
I hate
Yeah, that's
cigarettes,
right.
dude.
Cup of hot
It's all
coffee
in
and a
his
smoke.
face, man.
Dude, I got
that.
all the brothers I used to valet with back in the day got me hooked on Newports and then Cools,
Oof.
and I love those things. But yeah, I mean, you got to cut off before they get the grip on you because
Yeah,
that
you're
shit-
right.
Hey, Anna, how you doing?
Hey, I don't know
Ah.
what's up with the camera. I'm sorry for
That's
that.
all
yeah.
right. That's all
That's
right.
okay. We know what you look like.
Well,
No worries, you're good.
The hell is this? Like, I need to verify that it's me when I come on. You're throwing people on here with no video.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
what are they going to do?
The laptop is old.
it's all
No video is much safer. That's the only
incoming
only
porn
problem we ever have is with video.
Yeah, you're gonna expose yourself, Topple.
Right.
I never did here on this pub.
I think one time somebody came
No.
on and your name and it was a fake. I asked you and I said, "Is that you?" And you said, "No, it ain't me, dude. I'm not
Yeah.
there."
I
Yeah,
lied.
I'm
It was me.
It was you.
Yeah.
More proof that you can't trust anything Topple says.
For all I know, you're lying now, and it wasn't you.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Maybe I'm not Topple.
He's not going to Jamaica.
Yeah, it's a
Exactly.
circular argument.
Going
I'll
to another
post
guy. He's
pictures.
going away, but it's not Jamaica. It's a
I'll post
fake.
pictures.
It's the old 215 fake.
Are you guys? I mean, I know you don't partake, but you're going to be in the island where
No,
Good.
no. I don't care for it. My wife used to when her friend would come by every month. It would help her.
of course.
It's a gateway drug.
That's what she used to do, but now she has a different kind of medication for that.
All right. I don't want to pry, but that's
Well, no, the funny part
Anybody
is
else want to pray? I'll pray.
the funny part about that is when we caught our son smoking, my wife would go out to the pool, leave it on the table, and she forgot to bring it in. And my son found it the next day after we yelled at him. And it was kind of like, "Ugh."
How dare you
Hypocrite.
do that thing that I put there that I do?
I don't
Mhm.
care for it. I used to all the time, but it makes me what's that called? Anxious and
Paranoid.
paranoid. And it never did that before, but it does now.
Well, some of this stuff does to me too. And that's why.
And then it's like I feel things more. It's weird.
sensory.
Yeah, sensory things, and I don't
Yeah.
like it.
I love it, man. Baby.
To each their own.
Mhm.
Puppy,
Always have been a part of my life since I was 13. 35 years.
13. I remember the first time I got high, I was talking back to the guy's parents in a way that a kid doesn't talk to an adult. That just all of a sudden I didn't understand that there was this thing. That's the first time that happened.
Hmm.
And they asked me, "Are you guys smoking up there?" And it's just like,
Oh, how can you not smell that and not know what that is, though? That's the whole
oh,
thing.
you take now. I hope there's kids not listening right now, but you take
Oh.
the roll from a toilet paper roll, and then you put laundry sheets, in
Dryer
there,
sheets.
dryer sheets, and then you put the rubber band on it, and when you blow the smoke through it, it smells like Bounty Fresh.
I'll bet it.
It
I'll
smells
bet
like-
it doesn't.
Yeah,
I think it does.
It smells like Bounty Fresh covering weed. Is what it
Yeah,
smells like.
right. That's like a skunk ran through Bounty Fresh.
Right.
It's a matter of like, I went to a Christian academy growing up, and they had next to the urinals, they had a very high power exhaust fan, and that's where we would smoke our bowl, and they would suck it right out, and we got away with it for.
Yeah.
We just got. I mean, people could have walked right in, and I don't know.
The exhaust fan works. Definitely.
Exhaust fans. It's just your neighbor's
That was from,
problem
like
now.
the 50s, dude. It was no grate on or anything. You could like lose your hand if you stuck it in there. Just be a no.
Well, you just
Yeah,
gotta
like
go.
the
Philly
fancy
smells
modern
like it.
bathroom.
You just walk the streets of Philly. It smells like it all the time anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Do you guys legalize it down there?
No, it's not. It's not rectal. Where the hell it is? You
Recreational.
Recreational.
Medical. Yeah, my son has a medical card.
Hmm. Good
How
for
did he
him.
get it? He's like, my finger itches, and they're like, here you go.
He went online, filled out the survey, and paid like $500 for it.
And he has to get a doctor every year.
Which
Online?
you get online. You can get
Yeah,
online.
it's a telemedicine interview. It's usually like 7 minutes because the doctor just wants his fucking check, dude.
But that holds you back. Having that license holds you back on other license that he can't have. So,
But can he have? He can no longer have that, correct? Because he had it at one point in time. He had medical marijuana license. He's
that's
off now.
what
The ability
I'm
to get
trying to look up, and no one's given me a real answer. Like in 5 years, if he doesn't have a card, could he get let's just say a concealed carry license? I'm not
My
sure.
understanding is that
Of course
once
you
you
could.
have one on record, that you're off the list. I'd love
That's
to
No,
find
no,
out.
no,
It's
no.
not true. No.
That's a state thing too, though. That's not federal, though.
Well, I'll tell you this much: in states where it's legal, medically, you can have the medical card, and you can get LTC. At least that's how it is here in Massachusetts. License to carry.
Oh, okay.
That's
And
different than license to kill.
there's no
It's
problem.
LTK.
There's no overlapping thing, and it's just the way it is here. But
that doesn't matter with him, and he doesn't care about that. He's he's turning 19. He doesn't care about that right now. He's not thinking about that. So that's what I was a little concerned about. I'm like, you do understand it's not discriminate if a job doesn't take you because you have a medical marijuana card. And that doesn't mean they have to hire you if you piss dirty. You do understand that. And he says yes. And I'm like, okay. A lot of
What I
trade
don't
jobs,
understand
you
is-
got to get drug tested.
How come marijuana makes it so that you're not responsible enough to have a firearm? It would make more sense that if you buy alcohol, you shouldn't be able to have a firearm. You know, like
So,
why are they?
thing. I agree with you. I think alcohol is I got in trouble with this with a lot of my like friends. Like, how can you let your kids smoke weed? And I'm like, it's better than drinking alcohol if you really think about it.
well, the bottom line is you're allowed to purchase as much alcohol as you want, be in possession of it. When you are consuming alcohol, you're supposed to legally lock up your gun and not be in possession of it.
That's
So
got to
if
be a state law.
you're in
That's gotta be a
possession
state law.
of it, no, that's ATF, that's federal.
That's
Okay.
federal. Yeah, that's
I've never
federal.
heard that.
Possession
I've never
of
heard that.
your firearm and you're intoxicated on anything, you're breaking the law. And this is what Hunter did. One of the charges for Hunter. And he also lied about being addicted to crack cocaine when he filled out his
Federal.
application.
Oh,
And he
man,
was
that is
also
such a
talk-
bullshit charge.
He's probably the only one that's ever done that.
That's right.
Seriously, trend setting.
It's just outrageous. I'm glad he got pardoned for that. I really am. I mean,
No
you
comment.
know, Biden
I don't
should go
have any-
through everybody who's been convicted of, if there is anybody else. And
I don't
pardon
have
them
any
for that
problem with-
charge.
With the pardons he's done so far, I don't have any problems. I would be absolutely bullshit if he pardoned all of the people on death row for
Oh, I
federal.
know.
I heard something about him, and this could be fake news. The Boston bomber, the kid.
Sorry,
Yeah, he's
Sean
on
Ryan.
federal. He's on federal
Yeah.
death row.
So he could
So
be
is
pardoned
Dylan
and
Roof.
let go.
No. His sentence would be
No, not part-
commuted to life in prison.
yeah, right.
Wow.
Life with
Commutation.
no potential for freedom ever.
Is that better? Is that ethical? Like, is that better?
Cost us more money.
Well,
I
he's
think it's-
Catholic. Some people are saying he's Catholic. You know,
Who?
Was he Catholic when
Joe
he killed
Biden.
people?
Oh.
no, Joe
no,
Biden.
Joe Biden.
So for him to align with his religion, it would be to
But he's all for abortion. How can you?
He doesn't. Joe Biden. It's
You're right.
nothing to do with Joe Biden. It's a staffer that wants to do this, isn't it? Biden is not. I don't think he's.
How would that relate to getting rid of the killing? Because in the Catholic mindset, if they're killed on death row, that they're not allowed to go to heaven or something.
it's
or
one of
what?
the 10 commandments: "Thou shalt not kill."
Yeah, somehow or
Okay.
another they're against the official church policy is against the death penalty. Yep, we got some video potentially.
As 10 rules to live life by, most of them are pretty good. Nothing wrong with the 10
I
commandments.
got a couple problems with some.
Which
Well,
ones?
I mean,
Which ones?
You can't covet your neighbor's wife, so that means like if she's
I
out
have
there,
some, I got some ugly ass neighbors, so that's not
you
a problem.
can't check her out through the blinds.
I covet everybody's wife, so I'm very equal opportunity.
Right.
I'm all for murder. No, I'm joking.
Which ones, Awful?
Rapists, pedophiles, and murderers, and people that harm dogs.
That's their
Wow.
4 commandments.
So then you're all for Michael Vick.
Yeah, that's fine. Bye. Yeah.
Well, he just got a coaching job with like Fresno State Junior College or some stupid fucking team. But
Yep.
honestly, he's back in. So
He's back
don't worry
in.
about when he electrocuted that pit bull and then stuck its head under the water in a pool. No
well,
big deal.
That would be my. I believe in the death penalty.
Wow, you're a real dog nut, huh?
I love dogs, and then okay. I'm joking around with that one, but I'm being serious about pedophiles, rapists, and murderers. Just get
Okay.
rid of them.
I mean, from a Christian viewpoint, in the Old Testament, if you killed someone, you were killed. And under the New Covenant, thou shalt not kill. Does that mean that you just stick them in a hole forever and that's the right thing to do? I would think that it would be more just to take someone's life that has committed a certain crime.
I'll leave religion up to you. I just think that just in terms of purely justice, some crimes are so heinous that any punishment less than death is an injustice.
Right. And I guess then when it comes to law, it's where's the line?
Yeah, I would.
Right.
Exactly, but I wouldn't attempt to say where the line is. I would leave that up to a judge. But I just think, for people like Dzhokhar Tsarnaev and Dylan Roof, they have crossed that line.
I don't know them. Were they
Marathon
mass?
bomber and the Buffalo, New York shooter. No,
Oh,
wait.
yeah.
No, that wasn't Buffalo. That was Charlotte, yeah, somewhere in Carolina, right?
Yeah, right.
And I think it was North Carolina. Well, RW would know.
Was that a church?
I think it was a church. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the bowl cut.
What happened with the
familiar.
kid who killed all the people at the Piggly Wiggly in Buffalo?
I don't know. He was.
That was the race one, right?
Yeah. Same. So was the church. So was Dylan Roof.
Okay.
It was a black church. I don't know whether he was federally prosecuted or prosecuted by New York State, but
Well, he had to be prosecuted as a hate crime. I mean, that was his sole purpose for doing it.
yeah, but I don't know if the feds prosecuted him or only the state of New York.
I'll look it up.
Oh, and that's another thing. When I say I'm for the death penalty for murderers, it has to be substantial proof that the murderer did it, because there's been times that people sat on death row that didn't cause the crime. There has to be proof.
I always say that for
One for one, right?
execution,
A
we
life
need a
for
higher
life.
standard than beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
What is
yes.
what is the country's version of the line? Like, if you kill 5 people,
Federal? You're talking about federal?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
or
I don't
what
think
do you
it's a
have to do?
number. I think you just leave the judge to look at the circumstances, the totality, and make that decision. I wouldn't put a number on it, although certainly multiple murder is a factor. But it could be that just killing one person, if it's a child, or it's
It's like based on how evil it was.
sort of right. If any punishment, if life imprisonment is not enough punishment, if it would be an injustice to have just life imprisonment, then death penalty is the appropriate act.
Yeah, and you're right. He was only tried in state. He has
Really?
federal charges, but they're not going to provide the death penalty for the federal side of it.
Right. So he gets to live in prison.
Potentially.
Well, yeah.
Anna's in the chat. I didn't see the chat for a while, but she's agreeing that the world's overpopulated, and she's all for the death penalty.
Okay, Bill Gates.
Yeah, no, it's because it's a joke, but really,
Yeah, I know.
as you said, like rapists,
It's all about
killers,
vaccines.
pedophiles, we don't need them, right?
No.
They really, you cannot heal them also.
Right.
That's right.
And when no, you know what? Even if you get caught with child stuff on your computer, guess what?
CP.
Death penalty. I don't care.
I
Was your
agree.
comment, Anna, that you can't fix the person? Is that what you said?
Yes, because I know that in Europe, for example, in Germany and so on, there were many cases. Belgium, these people get therapy, then they get out, they do the same thing, and again and again.
Right. I mean,
Right.
for me, it's impossible to judge if another being is going to, repent or change their ways. But the fact that they did a crime in this world is
Mr.
enough
Kelsey,
that changing
outstanding.
doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, some things you have to judge because being a parent or maybe an educator in other people's cases or just a person who generally wants to take care of and help children or innocent human beings, then one would have to see the only result that should happen for somebody like that would be the same result I would say that should happen to a child killer. Capital punishment immediately, like without question.
Right.
Who's going to defend these fucking people?
No, there's people that defend them.
The ones who defend them should then be brought up and
You
questioned.
gotta be careful when you say
I
that.
don't know. We need to have. I don't agree with that.
You can't be defending these people if they're totally guilty of it.
Well, we don't know they're totally guilty without having a good
Yes.
defense.
Due process.
It's a chicken
Well,
and egg
there's
thing.
two types of defense attorneys. There's good ones, and then there's the ones that are going to defend and defend and defend, even though they know their client is guilty.
I mean, you're almost advocating for making the individual that's committed the crime not even make it to court.
No, after court.
But if
Well,
no
what
one's
I'm
going
saying
to
is-
represent them,
What about the cases where it's obvious to everybody except apparently the defense attorney or attorneys that the person is guilty, yet they continue to defend them and in some cases get them off? Do you look at those defense attorneys as successful attorneys or evil humans?
yeah, I'd say the latter personally.
I'd say successful attorneys. The
Or
system,
unsuccessful prosecutors, I guess,
I mean,
depending on how you
both.
look at
I
it.
mean, the
It is
system,
their job. It is their
Right.
job.
the system only works if defense attorneys are zealous,
Yeah.
because otherwise, it's too weighted in favor of the prosecution. Unless the defense attorneys are zealous, innocent people will be convicted.
I guess this is why there's an inherent hatred of them, defense
I
attorneys.
I
Oh, that's
understand why
one
people hate
reason.
them.
Well, that's the main reason, bro. They're fucking defending, in often cases, for example, the Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, the guy who killed people with a bomb at the Boston Marathon.
But he's
His
dead,
defense-
is he not? This guy
No,
is
he's
dead,
alive.
right?
No, he
No, he's
actually
alive.
ran over his brother and killed his own brother, who was
Oh,
his
is that who ran him over?
Yeah, he squished his brother,
Supposedly.
and then
Whoa.
he killed.
And then they shot at him in a boat.
Yeah.
I
And then-
remember that was all over the news that was on everything.
Never forget, a police officer took a shot with his cell phone. With Tsarnaev had a red laser dot on his forehead, and he was holding his shirt up in the boat. That
Yes.
police officer got fired
That's bullshit.
for posting that photograph on social media.
Because
And
it
everybody who
was
looked,
an
that is
actual-
one of the most gangster fucking photos ever, and that's what makes you proud of your police officers. That's what we pay tens of millions for.
Well,
And they fucking caught him. They had his ass. Oh, we're gonna fire that cop. Give me a
because I could be
fucking-
hypocritical on that too,
What
though.
was the pretense that he showed information that was still in court or that was still an active?
They're not special forces. They're just fucking SWAT and regular officers, you know?
Kidding me? In the
I'm
military,
just
we
saying
were in
they
Iraq.
tagged
They
him,
have
like,
the
why
GoPros
couldn't he do
on.
that?
Yeah, they would, but I don't get why they fired him. I could maybe see RW if the fucking, whatever, let's say the fucking
Did he make money off his photo?
maybe, but maybe the shift sergeant could have just chewed him out and said, you're taking a couple days off, but firing him I thought was horseshit, but whatever.
Then he became a war journalist.
Well, is it professional for him to take pictures of? Is it professional of him?
Well, if you have to have a body cam at all times, you're your own personal photographer at all times.
That's not your property to sell, though.
No, it's not professional. I'll give you that. But I don't think it's a fireable offense.
I don't know. It might not be my property, but I would love to have a copy of all of it at all times. Anything that I was involved with on the police force that I dealt with, I would have a personal bank.
You can get a lawyer, and you can get that the camera footage
I mean,
of anything.
if it's public, what do they call that word? Where the public has
Knowledge?
the right to it.
Domain?
Yeah,
Yeah.
isn't all police camera
No,
public domain?
not if it's an active investigation.
But outside of that, if a public requests body camera, that it's just paperwork and they
In
release it.
certain locations.
Okay,
Yeah,
'cause I swear I've seen that before.
Yeah,
Yeah,
freedom
like
of
what
information.
what do you see on that YouTube channel? The one that's in, I forget, Wisconsin or something. They have video all the time on their YouTube showing it because they're allowed to break it down and do everything even prior to judgment.
Back to back. Audit the Audit does that too as well.
Audit does it. Yeah, and I don't have a problem with him.
No, Audit the Audit takes other auditors who've gone against police officers, and then he breaks down their interactions with the police.
Yes,
and tells you like,
the
all right,
laws.
like the cop fucked up here, or the auditor fucked up here. Sometimes the cop gets an A, sometimes the auditor gets an A. Most of the time, the cops tend to fail. I think that's why Audit the Audit chooses those interactions.
You have so many police people there that don't even know their own job. They don't know
But
laws.
do you respect the auditors? I don't respect. I mean, some if they're screwed with and didn't do it on purpose. But if someone's going to go up and screw with the cops on purpose just to make a point,
No, I do not. I don't mind, but them screwing with them, that's what I would have a problem with. Because you have auditors that would be there, but not interact with the police one fucking bit. And then you have the other ones. It's the same thing with like the 2A community, walking around with an AR-15 towards a school, waiting for a cop to stop them. It's like, asshole, get the fuck lost.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm against.
I think it's a fine line with the auditors.
You have ones that are malicious, and then you have ones that are actually like not making sure they're going to make money off it. Don't get me wrong, but they don't interact and try to cause chaos and try to make the cops do something wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and honestly, RW, in 90% of the scenarios that I've seen, the auditors do not escalate the scenario. Yeah. The police officer is the one who escalates it.
And most of the auditors now, it's police camera actually nowadays. It's not people just walking up with a phone. It's their own cameras that they request and then break it down.
Right.
I've seen both scenarios, Steve.
I've seen more so the other side of it where, and maybe it's just the auditors that the algorithm is feeding me, where the police end up unjustly accusing them of things, and then often these auditors sue and win. That just happens to be what I see a lot of.
I'd be worried about people getting hurt, honestly. Like, so this is a bit of a shift a little bit. There's a TikTok guy, I think it is, that acts like a gang member and goes up to other guys. It's like, hey, bro, you want to get cut? You want to get cut, bro? And then like he has like a drink or something that's called cut. And these gangsters are like pulling out these Glocks ready to kill this guy because he's literally screwing with gangs.
Oh, that's
and then he's just like, I'm just kidding, bro. And he like runs away. And this is his shtick. He does it all the time.
That's the way to get views. That's the way to get views on YouTube.
It's getting him views, but he's not only risking his own life.
He's an idiot.
Can kill anybody.
Well, yeah.
I don't think TikTok's like, yeah, you're okay. Keep going.
I think it might be a setup.
No way.
No way. These are. We're talking about like 2014 YouTube days with pranksters going into the hood. It was called.
Yeah, I mean, some of them I'm sure are real, but there's got to be a line that they won't cross. You know.
This guy seems to have difficulty understanding that line. I can show you an example if you want for some other time, but it's just I don't understand. I don't think that platforms should allow some information to just be free to access because it's life threatening.
What?
It's entertainment, but it's life threatening. I don't know.
Oh, as in, okay.
What are you talking about? What was that incident?
Let me get
Sorry to.
better information. Just give me a sec here.
Well, he's talking about Anna guys who are
Prankster.
going into
Assholes, yeah.
going into shitty neighborhoods and basically almost attempting to get beat up by I don't. It's just,
I know are these the top-notch idiots? There's a YouTube
Yeah,
channel
totally.
they're very stupid. But
Is that the name of the channel?
Ice. What's going on
I think
here?
it's called Top-Notch Idiots.
I've never heard of
There's
that.
a Latin guy and a black guy that mess around with gangsters and
Huh.
strange people.
I remember Britain had one not too long ago where the guy would just walk into people's houses, cause trouble, and walk right out.
Yeah, I saw
Oh,
him.
that's dangerous in the US where everyone has a firearm.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Try that.
No, or even just start swinging, dude.
Well, in certain states, you cross the threshold of someone's house and you feel like there could be a threat. It's called self-defense. So
I heard of this guy, John. I don't know where I heard of him though, but I have heard of him.
Oh, that's from Korea. Is it Korea or Japan?
Korea,
China. It's Korea. Okay.
I think.
Yeah, he fucks with them so much, and then all there was a special force Korean guy that was stalking him to find him, and every time he saw him, he would just punch him
Oh,
and knock him out. And now that guy's in trouble too, and that's the sad part.
no kidding, huh? He's
You
in
all right,
jail
Aphid?
in South Korea.
You okay?
Aphid, what was
He's not
that you were
Korean.
drinking?
Excuse me?
I'm just asking Aphid, what was that weird cup?
Oh, it's just a iced coffee from earlier.
Oh,
What?
iced coffee at this hour. Late, bro.
I just drink it, every couple sips. That way, even myself out.
That thing
Ew,
looks
ew.
decrepit.
You got cream in that?
Well, it was like an iced vanilla drink.
Weird. Why don't you have a cup of hot coffee with a shot of Woodford Reserve in it? Your old favorite.
That's not a bad idea.
Wood?
Because
Oh,
it's not within arm's reach. That's probably why I'm not happy.
yeah, true that. They got the old Woodford down the road here. It's like $40 a bottle, dude.
Jesus.
Shit's not cheap, man. It's good stuff. But now that I see you like just drinking it, and I'm like, that stuff can't be good. Aphid Lip drinks it. I ain't buying that. You know, like, shit's gonna be rock gut, but it's like in the high end bourbon section, dude.
Well, yeah, it's Woodford Reserve, dude.
It
My buddy
is
just
kind-
went to that that place and took pictures to show us all. He was all proud of it.
It's a cliched name, I guess, is what it is. It's
Yeah,
old.
I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing about. I don't even know. Is it whiskey or bourbon or what
Bourbon,
is
bro.
it?
Bourbon, yeah. Kentucky.
I just know that my buddy brings it over because he works for the airlines and he gets tons of bottles of it, and he yells it out, and we all gather around, and the wives take a picture of us making funny faces after we take a drink of it.
It's bourbon. You're supposed to sip it, not slug it, bro.
We all sit around and just down it.
Damn.
And then like the
Man,
next
that
day,
hurts.
I'll find a couple of them in my backyard from the pussies that like just acted like they did and threw it down to the ground.
Like halfers or full?
No, like totally full. Didn't even drink it.
Cap
And I'm like,
on
why don't
or
you just
off?
if you're gonna just give it back and just say I'm not gonna drink it.
Yeah,
Well,
you should.
because peer pressure is so intense, apparently, where you are.
Apparently,
No, you do.
I
the
got
old
new
thing
neighbors
where
on both sides. I had to tell them about what's gonna happen next
4th of July.
no.
I think you're right,
New
Anna.
Year's
It's called
Eve.
top-notch idiots.
We had a way to avoid this back in my college days. Anytime there was any chugging or shots involved, when you claimed you were done, upside down above your head for a couple
Oh.
seconds. You hold the bottle, the shot glass, whatever it was, and if it's not fucking empty, you're gonna pour it on your head. Like that's how people prove that you have done the You're not making them prove it, bro.
Right.
What are you talking about?
We need to
Drinking
start
games?
doing. We need to start doing that.
Some-
I'm gonna suggest that. I took your suggestion with the upside down phone charger, changed my life. I'm gonna take your suggestion with the prove that you drank it.
The theme is upside down.
I think you're right. I didn't even notice that.
It's
You can start with the eggnog, yeah.
my realm.
I thought about cracking open the eggnog tonight, but it's like 3 or 4 years old, so I don't know.
What
I
do you
don't really
drink?
want to be.
It's
I don't want to be
aged.
sick, like over the Christmas holidays.
I was gonna make it recently.
It's not easy.
Alcohol with cream? Never. Oh,
Yeah, no. So I looked it up. It has 12 egg yolks in one bottle. That's
It's
disgusting.
hard to make the right custard texture. I made it once, but I didn't. I failed on the texture.
Then I looked up vegan eggnog, and it's actually
Ew.
easier than you think. I'm
That's
telling
That's not
you,
eggnog.
ugh.
no, it's a far cry from it. But
Yeah, that's
I don't really like dairy anyway.
egg substitute nog.
No, it's used as like vegetarian
Doesn't have
or
the same
vegan.
ring.
It uses like vanilla pudding, and
It has a ring though.
it's looks pretty good, but probably not going to want to have a whole jug of that sitting around the place. Wouldn't mind
What about
trying
silk
it.
nog, man? What about
What is
soy?
it?
Silk nog, soy based.
I don't do soy.
Ooh.
I'm anti-soy.
I'm fine with soy.
I like soy sauce. I used a lot of it tonight, actually.
That's my favorite of the soy.
Man,
Product.
I nailed it tonight.
Bunch of soy boys.
What'd you make?
I had this bag of like mixed vegetables.
Oh, yes.
And I had a couple of salmons, and I dried them out real good and
Whole fish?
made some teriyaki sauce.
Salmon is plural,
Salmons.
Jesus.
Salmons.
Just
not,
like-
not salmon.
God.
Salmons.
Back of the bus,
I had a
Steve.
couple salmons.
No, I didn't say that. It was aphid lip. I know salmon is not. That's why when he said salmons, I said whole fish.
Yeah. So I had two. It was salmons.
Just like deer
Jesus, you guys
or
are
No,
so dumb.
I can't argue with that, Aphid Lip. You make a good point now.
Anyway,
So anyway, I was
yes,
deep frying my salmon.
I cooked them halfway, basted them with homemade teriyaki sauce, and mixed the mixed vegetables with some teriyaki sauce. Had some white rice. Oh my god, it's hard to beat that meal. That
Why
is
did the
so
rice have to
good.
be white?
it's the best type.
Because
Well,
brown
it was-
rice sucks.
Generationally, it had opportunities.
I love that dish. It's been a long time since I
Touche.
made that. Because wife doesn't like salmon, so you know how that goes. No salmon.
She's from Vermont and she doesn't
Really?
like salmon.
Bingo.
Of all the fish, I'd say, I mean, if it's cooked correctly, of all the fish, it has the best taste, in my opinion.
No way. It's subpar.
Aren't you guys
Really?
all about fish in Boston and Vermont, though? Is it
Yeah,
always
well, like real fish, like cod, haddock. The real dogs.
Orange
the big
Ruffy. We had some. I baked some orange,
Orange
Ruffy.
Ruffy. What the fuck?
Oh, that's good stuff, man.
sounds
What
like
is
How
it?
many?
Is that a cat
Two?
breed? Orange Ruffy? What the
No,
hell
it's
is
more
that?
of a white flaky fish like cod. It's not as.
How roughy is it?
It's real flaky though, like more so than cod is. Cod has more of a, I don't know what to. It's just
fish is
more
totally
light.
disgusting. Just
All
don't eat fish.
Oh,
You don't
man,
have
I
a nice
love
tuna
seafood.
sub?
Ah,
Topple?
tuna
What's
steak.
that?
Nice tuna sub loaded with mayo?
I don't eat any fish. I just don't like it. I really don't. My wife loves it, so I gotta cook it for her. I just don't like the smell, the taste.
What about shrimp?
Shrimp. I can tolerate, but I'm not going out of my way to eat shrimp.
Scallops?
I don't know what that is.
I
Oh,
think
yeah.
I've only ever had a real scallop once in my life.
I don't know what that is.
Really? There's two different kinds.
Isn't that the
Big
You don't
shell?
want the, you don't want
Shell?
the bay. You don't want the bay. The bay is the little ones.
Isn't it the what you put in soups or something?
No, like
What about
you can
wolf
wrap them
dip?
in bacon.
What is it?
Oh,
Blackfins?
Lobster.
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 It's
I had it
also-
one time, and the only thing I taste was the butter, and I'm like,
It was
nah,
good
I'm
butter,
good.
though, right?
It's
It's-
it's butter.
Lobster is very overrated, but I'll
yeah,
eat
it
it.
is. It is.
But when we have lobbies, I'll be like, I'm getting a
wanna go
fucking ribeye because if I get a weird taste of lobster, I'm like, done. I'll go right to the ribeye and then my potato. I might have one more bite of lobster, but it's just not that good. It's chewy, it's stringy,
Yeah.
it's weird.
It's always overcooked at a restaurant too. I mean, depending on what kind of restaurant you go to.
We get ours steamed at the supermarket. They're fresh. And
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about Midwest where it takes 4 days to get here, and ugh.
yeah, I can go down and buy them from the docks, I think.
I'd much
I
rather
think
have
I
a crab leg than a lobster tail.
From
So,
Alaska.
Aphid. Question for Aphid. Red Lobster, endless bucket of king crab. Yes or no?
Oh, I'd go for it if it was endless bucket, but that ain't gonna happen.
Never heard of it.
Back in the day, I remember Red Lobster having like all you can
They
eat.
had the
king
all you can
crab.
eat shrimp, and it put them in the red.
In
We
the
went
pink.
there.
Put
We
them in
went
the
there.
pink. Hello.
No, it's
Oh, come
it's
on.
always two in the pink.
One
One
in
in,
the.
one in the stink.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Come on.
It's educational night here on the pub for everyone watching.
Yes. You
That's
could
live long and
have
prosper.
backed off before you got there.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Take care.
Sorry.
All right,
Oh,
take it
that was
easy.
it?
Merry
That
Christmas,
was it?
Anna.
Oh man.
See ya,
I
Anna.
didn't mean,
Have
I
a
didn't
good
mean to. I didn't
I'm
mean
here.
to-
I'm here. Bye. See you.
Alrighty.
Oh,
See
yeah.
you later.
I'm sure it has nothing to do with aphid
Our
lips.
conversation topic. She's like, well, I'm done.
I don't think it. I don't think it translated.
Yeah, I was hoping it wouldn't.
Dear God. Scottish lobster is delicious. I don't know if that's a joke or not, but hey, sounds good to me. Happy
I mean,
New Year.
any food, if it's cooked right, it's hard. I mean, beets. That's like the only thing I can think of off the top of my head.
Good night, cup of tea. Hopefully, we'll see you next week,
Yeah, take it easy.
which will be before the new year, I believe.
He
Yes,
might
it
be
will.
saying good night. He might be saying good night to Anna. Not
That's true. He does have a crush on her.
Oh, yes. What, Aphid, you don't like beets?
No, I'm not a fan. I can't think of
What?
a beet I've had that was
I
Prepared-
love
prepared
beets.
good.
Nice roasted beet.
It's always
Can't beat it.
stems from my childhood because I would think it was cranberry sauce because it looked the same. I'd load up on it, thinking I was gonna
Your
bite into
parents would
some
be so proud of you.
gelatin can.
beets are liars. That's what
Yep.
beets are.
Hmm.
Well, beets
I
are,
love 'em,
you don't.
man.
You probably eat your share of beets. Last dance.
I'm not a big beet fan. I don't.
Just beat it.
What
Do you
are
ever-
beets?
Do you ever brush them with olive oil and then throw them in the oven for like an hour so they're slow roasted, tender?
No, I
Mm.
never did that.
That's tasty. That's a good way to cook any vegetable.
But what's dangerous about beets is smoking weed and eating beets, because if you forget you ate them and then later you shit blood, it
Ooh.
it gives you your second there like, am I dying? What happened?
Yeah.
I forget I ate glass.
Yeah, did I eat glass again instead of drinking the bottle? Did I just eat the beer?
The same thing will happen with those pistachios that have that red shit all over the outside of them.
I haven't
And,
had those for
What?
a long time.
Pistachios with red
Yeah,
stuff?
they have pistachios that are painted red with like this. I don't even know what the chemical is, but
Bug juice.
you'll pee in like number 2 red like the next day, and it's scary, bro.
Come again, number 2? What are you talking about?
Red
RFK
Yeah,
is
but
gonna solve
number
that problem,
2, what do
buddy.
you mean?
Stools.
fecal matter.
Why?
Yeah,
There's
the matter
holy
of
shit
people.
talk on here.
he's laying
Really,
cedar
literally.
blanket.
Is
Has anyone tried to buy chocolate? Never heard of it.
It's with pistachio and some kind of, I don't know, like some kind of noodle inside. It's very strange.
A
I
noodle?
don't like it. Yeah, it's a hard fried noodle. Arabic,
Oh,
I don't know.
like instant noodles, like ramen.
No, it's special. It's different. But
Is it
very
crunchy
good.
or soft?
Crunchy.
So it's raw.
I'd probably do
Yeah,
that.
it's extremely crunchy and very sweet.
Steve likes
Extremely
it raw.
sweet.
That sounds
Inside a-
disgusting.
How do they get it inside the pistachio?
It's
Yeah,
in
but
the
it's expensive.
chocolate,
They're
dude.
expensive.
It's grown that way.
Mind blown.
Totally confused.
It's a
Conspiracy
beet.
theory.
It's a beet with chocolate and a pistachio and a noodle. I don't remember, but it sounds.
What about
pretty good.
chocolate covered bugs? What about like Mr. E?
Fuck out of here.
Cricket, honeydew?
Why?
I
Why?
don't know.
Since we're on this theme, has anyone ever had the coffee that's pooped out by a civet?
Oh, I
No.
heard it's really good though.
I heard
What?
It's really expensive though.
I will try some. I'm looking for it.
I would.
No, I
You don't
would
like
not try
cat
that.
coffee? Topple, you're so uncultured.
I'm not
He thinks
gonna-
What the fuck are we talking about?
I'm not kidding. Look it up.
No,
Drinking-
there's a jungle
drinking
cat that
shit?
eats berries
No,
and
no.
traps these
The coffee
chocolatey
bean-
nuggets.
Is eaten by the civet.
What the
And
hell's
it
a
does-
civet?
It's a
Jungle cat.
small. It's like a small cat.
I'm not sure if it's an actual feline, but it's certainly cat-like at the very least.
Yeah.
So it shits it out. They
Yes.
Yes. And then
why?
it's carefully removed.
Carefully removed. Okay.
No, it's not removed. It's picked up because it's on the forest floor in a pile.
It looks like a
Well,
baby Ruth.
I mean, commercially, they're not
Yeah, it's
chasing
probably
civets around
farmed.
the forest.
Now, in the old days, they were.
Yeah.
So
Because there were healthy populations of civets that lived in the coconut grove. Coffee
You can do it.
groves,
You're right.
and so they would just pick up the civet shit and made coffee out of it, and realized apparently that it's better.
Why?
It's a handed down tradition.
like why though? Why do you want to have this?
It's
Just because it's such a big deal, I want to see.
Oh my
I want to see what
God.
it tastes like. Is
you
that
know what everybody
If you
says.
want-
It's
If
supposed
you
to have
want-
good taste.
If you
Does
want coffee
anybody
that tastes
know-
like shit, go to Starbucks.
I heard it's got a nutty flavor.
There you go. That's what I was
Nutty.
going for, Ethan.
Oh my god.
It's a bit nutty.
It's meant to be that that the passing through this cat thingy gives it this taste that's super unique. And so people that have a lot of money
If
want to
you're
throw their money
skeptical,
at this stuff.
I'm skeptical too, but I still want to taste it.
I'm not putting
You
something
need to drink
skeptical
it
in my
live
mouth
on the air
though.
with us, though.
So you won't eat the civet, but you'll eat the civet's shit, is what you're saying.
Absolutely. Totally different.
No civets were harmed in the making of the
Yes.
coffee.
If the civet writes
You gotta
me a
draw the
letter
line.
and
You
says-
gotta draw the line somewhere, I
If the
guess.
civet writes me a letter and says, "Don't eat that shit," I never agreed for
I
you
am
to have any
so
of it.
out of touch with
And I won't
culture,
eat
I
it.
guess. I'm so
The
out of
best
touch
part
with
of
culture.
waking up and civet in your cup.
This is rich people culture.
How about caviar? Do you guys eat caviar?
wouldn't if the
hell yeah.
civet was if you were able to milk the civet, you wouldn't drink the civet's milk, but you would
You don't know
Stop
that.
moving, little.
you would dig through the civet's shit for a coffee bean and roast it and drink it.
I'm not gonna go through the calculus here, but yes. It's totally
Ethan, let-
okay.
Wow.
Next level would be you make the coffee out of the civet shit and then you use its milk as the creamer.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're fucking talking.
That's
think
kid.
it's
crossing the
got
line.
indigestion.
That's crossing the
Yeah.
line.
Yeah. You cut out its
No,
adrenaline.
I
gland.
would share the coffee with the civet. He would be sitting
Oh,
across from me, and I'd give him.
awesome.
You don't know what you're missing, civet. Take a drink of this shit.
Is
You
this
just shit it right out without getting anything out of it.
what is this like on social media or something?
This is.
It
No,
gives you
it-
cat-like reflexes too.
I'm not joking. This isn't something new either.
Yeah,
No,
half
no.
of the panel here knows about it. I know about it.
How the
Smokesteve
hell
knows
you guys
about it.
know
Last
about
Dance
this
show about it.
Anytime you hear that someone
We're very
drinks
sophisticated. We
coffee
drink
from
with
shit, you usually remember it.
up like this. That's how we know about it.
Yeah, the cup is very small that it comes in because it's expensive. You have to pinky out.
You just have only one bean at a time, though.
So I am guessing this is a very expensive nut.
It's
John
it's
said
like the,
$60
I think
a
it's the
cup.
most
Really?
expensive coffee you can have.
Fuck.
I could be wrong.
The bottle cap has the 411 on it down in the chat.
Now, don't try and go eating coffee beans and starting your own business or anything.
That's it. Yeah. Poops it out. Mr. Kelsey was
How the
here.
fuck do you discover like, oh, let me go take this shit and take the bean out of it and brew it? Like, who does that?
What do you mean? You live there. You notice the beans and the poop, and you think, I gotta
Yeah.
try it. Maybe it's better.
Poop, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to think that way about everything, Topple, man.
Exactly.
Like, somewhere along the line, some Native American or some Indian or some African tried everything and figured out, well, that one killed me, or that one made me
one
high
killed
as
me.
I
fuck.
don't even know where you're going with this. What?
Well, some medicine man or whatever shaman over the years, somebody had to try everything.
Exactly. Every damn thing. And
No,
some of them died. And
You
that's
don't
how
look
you
at a
get-
pile of shit and be like, I want to dig through that and get some stuff out of that.
Oh, I
You
bet
might not,
I bet
but
you
somebody
people.
does.
Have you ever seen bear shit?
No, I haven't. I never have.
around the
I have.
around where I live in the Shenandoah, that's full of strawberry seeds. I'll bet people, because they eat a lot of. You think they eat a lot of meat? They eat a lot of plant material, a lot of strawberries.
That's why they're called
and
bears, because of berries.
I don't think
Oh,
so.
God.
Literally.
When they
Come
eat
on.
in
Spelled
Vermont,
differently.
in Vermont, where I lived, they would come and raid my feeders, and then they'd shit piles of birdseed all around the property.
Right. I'll
And
bet
it was
people
all
are,
undigested. It was like they're
Yeah,
just
right.
so fucking dumb. They're just sucking down. There'd be piles of puked up birdseed, and then in other areas there'd be shit birdseed. I don't think they were getting anything from it. I think they're just fucking ravenous and just sucking up birdseed as quickly as they can. Man, it was
This is crazy.
What are you talking about? What creature?
black bears.
bears.
Okay.
Black bears.
Rating
Specifically, yeah.
bird feeders.
I mean,
Yeah.
I know when I eat a corn on the cob, the next day.
That's right.
Same thing.
There's
Yeah, could you imagine if it was
there's
suet
plenty of calories left over when it comes out.
for the next guy?
But
Exactly.
let's go ahead and just take it out of the shit to eat it, though.
I'm
you're right.
sure
Now that's
people
another
have picked
level.
it out, and
I didn't
Well, this-
wash
this-
off
this-
the bear
this-
shit and put the
I'm sorry,
birdseed
I
back in the feeder for the bird.
well, that would have been a real treat for the birds.
AFED approved. Save
My
that
bird-
money.
Just like we have snippet
if
coffee,
you have
birds
problems
love
on the cob.
bear
You
shit
need
and
to
bird
learn to
seed.
chew your food.
What's that, Mr. Kill? Say that again, buddy.
Sound like
say,
Biden
if
there.
if you have problem the next day with corn on the cob, you need to learn to chew your food.
There's
Chew
no
your
problem.
Hey,
yeah.
do you chew your food?
I mean, when I go for a corn on the cob, I'm.
Yeah, show
I
us.
look like
Show
a-
us what you do.
Oh man, I just go to town. on
Go
that
for
thing,
it. Go for it.
So do I. It's like a cartoon watching me
Yeah.
corn on the cob.
I don't set it back down. Yeah,
That's
You
right.
wait till you get every nook and cranny.
I usually go for it first, and I take that cob and I toss it in the trash.
Trash. Nobody composts, huh?
No, fuck that shit.
You guys aren't living until you compost.
I compost a little bit.
I give
We
it
had
to my
some-
dog.
We had a bad fruit fly infestation caused by our composting.
Yeah, we
Well-
learned that. I've tried to make all these different traps. I bought living carnivorous plants to kill them, but at the end of the day, you get a little spray bottle with water and you mix it with soap, and you just mist them as they're flying around, and those bastards are all dead within 10 minutes.
Helps.
Killing bugs. You shouldn't kill
Carnivorous plants sounds like more fun now.
I wanted it to be fun, but they don't do the job.
They don't do enough. They're not hungry enough.
They don't
No.
go. They just don't eat that type of bug. That bug doesn't. There's one more I'm gonna try. It's the pitcher plant, and we'll see how it
I was
goes.
going to say the Venus flytrap is designed to eat bigger bugs than a fruit fly.
It mostly eats spiders.
Right.
Well,
have
try
one right
the
now.
Pitcher
The old-
plant could handle volume like lots of fruit flies.
I'm
can
gonna
hang
try it
your-
because they might be attracted to the sweet water, and we'll see how it goes.
hang the sticky fly thingies that you just hang from the ceiling. They have them in different colors depending on the flies you're going for.
Fly
I'll go
paper.
for rainbow.
Yellow is probably the most effective.
They don't. Fruit flies are hard to get rid of.
But these things are great because you can line up like 50 of them overnight. They'll be stuck on there dead as fuck when you see it the next day. They're just
Did this work for you?
yes,
Okay. It didn't work for us. That's why
it did work for me. But I think I had fungus gnats.
those would be very different.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but they're
fruit
still
flies,
very.
fruit flies are hard to get rid of, man. I still
But
got
they-
them, and it's like cold as shit outside, and I still have them in my kitchen.
They're probably living in your drain pipes.
They're living somewhere
Yeah,
because they
right.
keep going. But I found that if you have a little piece of watermelon and put apple cider vinegar in it, and then put clear plastic wrap over it, and poke some holes, they are extremely attracted to that.
They get stuck in there, right, and die.
Well,
Once they go through the hole, they
they
can't
go
get-
through the hole and they can't get
can't
out.
figure out how to get out again.
Well, vinegar will usually kill them.
They don't
too.
have opposable thumbs, so
Right,
Losers.
Well, they might. They're real small though.
right.
When I worked at a deli, we would have cups of red vinegar everywhere, and they would fly into it.
die.
Yep.
You worked in a deli
Yeah. When I was younger.
making sandwiches.
Yeah.
Is that why you?
Hoagies, we
Is
call it.
that why you hate
Hoagie
Italian?
boy.
now? Italian
Why?
sub.
I'm not a big Italian. I'd rather have turkey. I'm basic bitch, I guess you call it.
What's wrong with turkey? Why is that got to be basic?
Turkey's
No.
good.
A lot of people around me are like, Italian subs are the best. I'm like, I'd rather have turkey.
Your opinion doesn't work with my opinion.
I'm
You like what you
Italian.
like.
Yeah.
a little banana pepper, some salami.
Nah, I don't do peppers.
Pickled banana
Everyone's-
peppers, man. Hell yeah.
Everyone's the hoagie. Basic lettuce, tomato, onion. That's all you need.
Dude, you
I like
know
turkey too.
the hot pepper, the pickled hot peppers, the crushed up pickled hot peppers.
The red
If you
ones.
get a jar of that and you cook shrimp, like you just put butter in the pan, you put a whole bunch of that pickled peppers, and then you just throw the raw shrimp in with shells and cook all that together. That flavor profile in the end was a win.
Sure. Pastine makes a good version of that. Pickled peppers. Also, Wickles is another good brand.
I don't think I've heard of that one.
Either one? No? All right. Well, you're saying you're spooning that into a pan with shrimp with the
Not
shells
spooning,
on?
like pouring half the jar.
Pouring half the jar. Huh.
Yeah, man.
When they're pickled.
American measurement.
Yeah, I make a dish called Bang Bang Shrimp. I put up against your pickled pepper shrimp any day, bro.
Bang, bang,
What's
shrimp.
Bang Bang
what's
shrimp.
with the bang bang shrimp, dude? How you do
Yeah.
that?
It's got
Well,
hormones in it.
You got to
He shoots
take
them before he puts them in.
you got to take no, it's based on a Thai Vietnamese recipe. That's what they call it.
Bang, bang.
Yeah, you start with, of course, sriracha or sriracha, however the fuck
Sriracha.
and a little bit of fresh garlic, chopped onion, soy sauce, Olek sambal or chili garlic paste, the thicker stuff that comes with the green cap, and just get a little creative with some of the spices. Maybe a little Chinese
You don't put no
spice.
you don't put no sweet in there, like brown sugar or
No,
anything like that.
no.
Honey.
Negative.
The sriracha does have a slight sweetness to it.
Yeah, and you marinate your shrimp because they're shrimp. You're gonna shell them before the marinade, so it only takes like 20 minutes. You pour the whole thing in a pan and you saute it up. 2 to 3 minutes per side. Those babies are done. The sauce, it gets hot while they're cooking, and that's the dish. It's fire.
I've never shelled raw shrimp. That sounds like it'd be difficult.
It's not that hard.
Okay.
What do you
Ice
mean?
cold water
You've
from
never
your tap.
You've never pulled a shell off a shrimp?
Not a raw one.
Is this
Really?
shrimp? Don't you
Yeah,
have to
just cook
remove
your
the? Don't you have to remove the anal gland from a shrimp
I
or
love
something?
the anal gland.
gland.
I don't
It's
know
Well,
why
I-
people are so
I
against
get the
it.
ones
Poop
that
shoot.
I get the ones that are sometimes they're shelled, but they're split down the back with that poop track
That's duty, baby.
removed.
You guys really like to put shit in your mouth, don't you?
Hell yeah. You never had shrimp shit coffee?
Yeah, Smokesteve, I make almost the same thing, but I put honey in it.
Honey. Yeah, we don't like sweet with our shrimp.
Yeah. Almost identical.
So it's called. Why is it called bang bang?
I don't
Shrimp.
know. That's what they call it. It's spicy. It's salty.
Hopping,
Okay.
And
It's
you
spicy.
serve that on the side of some steak tips or
Oh, really?
fucking a little surf and turf with some rice and some steamed
I guess I'm
broccoli.
You guys got anything special you're doing for like Christmas Day? You guys do anything like
picking
cooking
my
anything
son
good?
up from the airport.
No, like cooking a meal, like cooking
No.
anything special.
I'll be trying to make bread.
What about you,
Bread's
Mr.
good.
Kelsey?
Well, planning just for Christmas dinner. I mean, this is going to be possibly the first Christmas where I don't actually have to do anything other than Christmas dinner. Usually, we have to go to her parents.
Right.
And
I
all
hated
that
those
lot.
days.
But they're
Well, we
they're
moved.
doing
I don't mean
their
I hated
meal.
seeing the family.
I was about to
I
say.
just like the Christmas, like the end of Christmas Day was so like it was like you were exhausted, and we hadn't even shared our gifts with each other yet because we had to go here or there everywhere.
What? Wait, whoa. You don't do gifts in the
Oh.
morning?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you, Aphid. I know exactly what you're saying. I mean, what's it? Obviously, raising a daughter, she'd get her presents and then she couldn't play with them because
Right.
then we have to
Right.
go to grandma's.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying.
And then if you got two sides, you had to go to both sides.
Oh, I've done that in the past.
And then we had friends
and-
that used to do a party that night, and we have to go straight to their house. It was
Oh yeah, well, I mean,
Yeah,
the
it's
problem
fantastic.
we are in between my family and her family, and both are 20 miles apart. So we'd be driving, I don't know, what,
That's like-
80 miles
right.
That's like
just
5
to
hours.
visit both families.
Ugh.
20 miles in the UK is like 5 hours right there.
So, Mr. Kill, what are you doing? What are you cooking this year for?
Well, wait a second. Hold on.
Obviously, good turkey dinner.
Turkey.
Okay, good.
Yeah, everybody knows that. Everything we've ever been told is that
Topple might not know
Thanksgiving.
that.
No, it's
Brit-
Thanksgiving.
the Brits have one thing on
Yeah,
Christmas.
but they don't have Thanksgiving.
Well, what's that nasty shit? The beef with the bread around it with the mushroom mash?
Yorkshire.
Oh,
pudding?
that's beef Wellington.
That's not a Christmas thing.
I mean, you can have side meats.
That's a side.
But it's a side.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought that was a
But
main course.
I mean, you can have gammon, you can have ham, you can have duck. It's a side meat, but the main course would be the turkey.
Okay.
Turkey.
I hate turkey.
beast.
But,
That's
dude,
awesome, man. I hope everything goes good for you.
Is
Topple,
side
you said-
a British thing?
Dude, Topple fucking beef Wellington.
I would have
is
thought
fabulous.
goose
I
would
don't
be
like
more
mushroom.
traditional.
I don't like mushrooms.
You fucking
I mean, a must have on a Christmas dinner is obviously pigs in blankets. Got to have pigs in blankets. I'm
I
looking
love
forward to
blankets.
it.
Corn dogs?
No, pigs in blankets. It's small sausages wrapped in bacon.
Okay.
oh,
Oh,
man.
I thought it was dough.
Dough.
Pastry. I didn't
Yeah,
realize
over
was
here it
pastry.
would be like a breakfast sausage with a pancake wrapped around it,
Yeah.
sort of.
Something more like that. Yeah,
And it sucks.
Yeah.
we're more about the
I know-
carb.
well, I mean, you guys are from a more simple country, so I mean,
Oh.
pigs in blankets is great.
We're gonna, whoa. If we're going to talk about food,
Good one, Mr. Kilty. Well done.
food.
Touche, sir.
Well played. Well played. Is the bacon you're wrapping around it as you call streaky bacon or like that other kind?
Canadian.
But I mean, you can do it yourself, or you can just buy it from the store. It's really simple. It's usually streaky bacon with chipolata, but just a short chipolata. So you throw about 4 on the plate.
4 on the plate. Mamma mia. This
believe
is-
it.
So the beef Wellington, that's a side?
Beef Wellington will be a kind of it'll be if you're rich and you do a beef
Oh.
Wellington, the turkey will be the main thing. Beef Wellington will be a side. Then you'll have your pigs in blankets, and then you got your roast potatoes, your sprouts, your parsnips, your carrots, whatever else you want to put on the
I
plate.
never heard of
thank you.
other meats being sides before.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Well, we're a simple country, so you wouldn't likely know that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And we're the fat
I mean,
ones.
yeah. Well, blame your government.
Well, my brother is a big meat guy. He'll have like 3 or 4 meats per meal.
Really? Like the ham, the turkey. What's the third meat?
He's like
Awesome.
elk. He does like elk, bison, all these things.
Oh, game.
Oh, nice.
Game.
He's ordering them online. The first ones he cooked literally came out like fucking bubble gum, and he's finally worked it down to the super tender, delicious.
Takes time. Game food.
0 fat. You have to learn how to cook it, man.
Yeah, we call that stuff venison. It's really good stuff.
It's good shit. Just like trying to cook a cauliflower, right? Last Dance.
It's the
Son of
same
a bitch
thing.
will be tough, right?
It's the same thing. It's really takes a lot of practice.
So, Fed, you're staying home. What are you cooking up?
Steak and crab legs,
What kind of steaks?
ribeyes,
What
You
kind
going
of
for a
crab?
surf and turf?
a little surf and turf. Yeah.
Alaskians?
What? I don't know what kind. What are probably Alaskan.
The big
It's not
giant
the
fucking
spike.
thing?
Not the spiky ones.
King crab.
It's the one we usually have like most common around here.
Could be snow crab. They're a little smaller.
It might. Snow.
Snow crabs. Yeah, those
Yep.
are good.
Like a cluster, one cluster,
Yeah, cluster. Cluster will do you.
and then
So
I
that's
slice up
already
the steak.
pre-cooked. You just like warm it up, right?
I think it is. I think technically it is. Yeah.
And then what do you overcook some green beans and have some potatoes
What are you
alongside?
saying, man? Come on.
You
now.
told me your green bean recipe years ago. Still haven't forgot
You
it.
can see
No,
his
I blanch them first, and then I cook them in butter and a little bit of garlic, and I sprinkle sugar on them because if you do the salt on
Sugar.
it,
Oh my god.
yes, a little bit. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, blanch them first, so you get that edge off of them, and then you cool them down, and then you wait. You heat up some butter in a pan, real butter, and then throw in some chopped up garlic, and then you throw them in there and fry them kind of hot. And then you just sprinkle some sugar around them. And I'm telling you.
Sugar.
I'm just telling you, dude. You try it one time and then come back to me. Have you ever been to it like the Chinese that's kind of the way they cook them.
I keep my Chinese where it is, in the Chinese sector.
in
you
the
know?
bang.
Yeah, but
bang
when you
section.
eat the green beans like that, you don't think that you're eating something Chinese. You just think
All right,
you're
all right.
eating some buttery, sweet, not like when you think sugar, it's not like it's a candied green bean.
All right, all right.
You know, it's just a little bit.
caramelized.
It's like you're putting salt on there, but you're using sugar.
Wow.
Just
Yeah,
telling
I
you,
mean-
try it once. Try it once.
Now, do you have people?
Or don't. I don't care if you don't, but don't
you
knock
have-
it.
Do
It's
you have
good.
people coming over to your house though?
No. Well,
It's just
my
the
mom.
family?
No, in the morning, my mom and my brother come over because
Okay.
well, I'm not gonna just let them sit at home all day.
Why
Plus,
not?
it's a tradition. My mom makes this quiche she's been making
Oh, hey,
for-
quiche.
60 plus years probably now.
My wife.
I'm
My
kind
wife.
So
of,
what-
I'm kind,
And then
I'm
I
kind
do a
of
whole.
freaking out.
Why? Why are you freaking out, bro?
Why the hell would you add sugar to your dinner? I mean,
Damn!
sure.
What,
we're
you mean-
Americans. We're
Sugar-
Americans.
There's a lots of times you use sugar and
Like spaghetti sauce?
cabbage. I put a little
No,
bit of sugar.
Never.
A little
No,
sugar
never.
with my cabbage.
Sugar
roast
with your
cabbage,
spaghetti
I don't-
sauce?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, to make
I
it
Absolutely
less
don't. I don't boil cabbage. I roast cabbage, and I use a little bit of sugar on that too.
Okay, dinner should be a savoury meal. Dinner should be a savoury meal. Sugar is for dessert.
No,
key
no
to-
rules.
The key to every good food is a little bit of sweet and a little bit of sour.
Yeah, but like when you add sugar to something, you're not making it a sugary meal exactly. You're counterbalancing an acidic taste
Right.
usually.
Yeah, it's not like you eat it and you're thinking, "Oh, this is so sugary." It's
Right.
not. You're not making candy.
You wouldn't think of it as a dessert just because.
Sounds awful to
No.
me. Sounds awful. I don't think I would ever add sugar to any dinner that I
And
make.
brown sugar, I add to sauces, especially when I'm making like Chinese types or any Asian.
No, that's
type
different. Asian foods.
Why is it
Have you ever
No,
had
Asian
just Greek
sweets.
yogurt? Greek yogurt with just brown sugar sprinkled on
sugar.
top.
I think the only time I've ever used brown sugar is to make bread pudding.
if you guys
And
haven't
once
tried
again,
it,
that's a
and you
pudding.
eat if you eat dairy, if you get a zero fat like a Fage yogurt, and you sprinkle brown sugar on top and eat it, it's delicious. The sour sweet combination is amazing.
Yeah, like chicken wings. Do a little like honey and honey is sugar basically. You don't think of
Yeah.
like honey is a wrong thing, like on ham or
Spice and
chicken.
sweetness.
I mean it's real
That's
close
actually
to the what sugar does. when
that's
you
my favorite
cook
hot
with it.
sauce. Actually, honey
Oh,
hot
yeah.
sauce.
Yeah, man.
Barbecue sauce has got some sugar in it.
Exactly. Baked beans or
Ugh, ugh.
brown sugar in them.
Not beans on toast. It's not the same. So,
Beans on toast is wonderful.
oh God, so much other better things out there. Ugh.
Crazy enough.
No, but yeah, I can't wait, man. I love Christmas. Love it.
So, are you in the kitchen all morning, or you already have things?
Well, I gotta
prepped?
cook. No, yeah, cause I just do biscuits and gravy, which the English don't know, but Lee loved them when he tried them,
Yeah.
and bacon. I'll put bacon in the oven, so you just lay it all out on a cookie sheet and throw it in the oven. It's not a big deal. I'll cook a big bunch of hash browns in a wok because it's easier to cook them up quicker.
Hmm.
A large amount of them, and I mean that's pretty much it. My mom brings a quiche, and
Well, how much food can any one person eat? Those things you just mentioned would all be a good sized meal in and of themselves.
All right.
Well,
Good night, Anna. Good night,
Take
Anna.
care, Anna.
See you.
Great
Bye.
having you.
Take
Merry
care.
Christmas.
Bye.
Bye,
see ya,
Anna.
Yeah, Anna.
5 of us.
No, Anna.
It's not like it's
So
just me.
a biscuit and gravy, a big hash brown, some
Yep.
bacon.
Yep.
And what
How about
else?
scrapple?
My mom
Ugh.
brings a quiche.
No,
And quiche. That's
Yeah.
a lot of food.
Yeah,
You,
and
brother,
usually she'll bring
you.
something sweet. She'll bring something sweet.
Let's say each serving is say 200 to 300 calories. You're up to 4 to 5 servings. You're looking at 12 to 1500 calorie breakfast. I guess this is like maybe a once a year thing, so it's like super indulgent.
I don't eat
It's
breakfast that
Christmas.
often.
It's Christmas breakfast.
Well, it's
But
really a
you-
brunch.
I mean-
They don't come over till like 11.
I was gonna say when you guys have these events, at least in my family, the meal is get put out, but then it like people eat randomly all day long. It's a multiple course, multiple.
So you run a buffet kind of
It's
style.
like it's just the food's out and people have at it when they want to, and then they hang out, and it's just the whole day.
Christmas
we'll
is
sit
the only
down. We'll sit
sit-down
down
dinner
and
we
eat.
have. That's the
Yeah,
only time
we'll
we have a sit-down dinner.
Oh, really? We try to sit down every night. I think it's important.
Really?
Mhm.
No.
For us all to get together and talk about the day, and
It ended when
I'm very like my wife gets mad because sometimes it's like 7:30 at night, and she's like, "Well, I'm not hungry," and I'm like,
when the
it's
kids
nice
start
to
playing.
sit down as all of us together.
When the
and
kids
eat.
start playing sports, it was just impossible because
I
there's
get
no
it.
such
I get
thing.
it. Yeah, I'm not knocking you.
And then we do a buffet set right now. I'll cook, she'll cook, and we'll just lay it out. You guys have 1 hour, and then we're putting it in away.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I agree with you, Aphid. In an ideal world, in a perfect world, yeah. But
Well, if you can do it, but
exactly. It's just not practical in most family situations.
Right.
You know,
I'm curious what Last Dance's spread will be for Christmas if you've already thought it out or.
Well, there's not. It's just going to be my girlfriend and I, so I don't think we're going to do a spread per se. We'll just
Okay.
have something.
have some salad.
There you go. Well, she's not a vegetarian, so she'll have that.
Yeah,
Well,
but you guys could still share. Like you could have a veggie tray with a dip. We're doing a
stuffed
rye bread.
mushrooms, man.
Oh, I was gonna say we're doing a rye bread dip, but no, you couldn't do that because it's the
it's
bread.
dairy.
There might be a
bread?
McDonald's open.
Oh,
I would think the mushroom is probably for the vegetarian and vegan. It's got to be the saving grace because it adds that umami, that
The filet
funk,
mignon.
the goodness. I'm sure you do like mushrooms, right, Last Dance?
I love mushrooms.
I mean, they when done right, they can elevate anything.
Yep.
They've got the texture. They've got the flavor.
Right, and if you don't have like if you're gonna make pasta with you don't have Parmesan, but you can add like say mushrooms. Even they make like dried mushrooms now that you can like add almost like a Parmesan to dishes that are it's fire. Very
Have
very
you ever
good.
had a portobello burger, Steve?
Only portobello burger I ever had was I made them in Vermont, and I'd make a regular, fat burger, and then portobello burger on that with some melted cheddar on it. So it's like a giant mushroom beef burger.
Ooh, that sounds
Fire.
good.
But I've
I mean,
never had
Those
the
big
portobello
caps.
by
You use the big cap, like the whole thing.
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh, that sounds so good. I never did that.
But you got to
I
put it on
cook.
the beef burger,
Very good.
not just by itself.
No, I
But at
know.
the same time, by itself, it still makes a very good sandwich.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like we get the caps a lot, the big fat ones. They're like the size of a burger, and I put oil on it and a little seasoning and put it on the grill while I'm cooking some meat. But usually we chop it up afterwards.
It's usually good if you use the balsamic with it to infuse into
Yeah.
that mushroom cap. It's the right flavor profile for the burger for some reason. I don't know.
A little Worcestershire doesn't hurt either.
Worcestershire.
How about sugar? You put
A little
sugar on
soy
that?
sauce, a little. No, but I would, because I can't when you have like a grilled onion burger, there could be some
Your
sugar
caramelized
thrown. Yeah, there
onions.
could be some sugar thrown in there.
Uh,
Pickled stuff has sugar in it.
does it?
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know
Yeah.
about that.
Well, I mean, when I make it, it does. Pickled onions and pickled red onions. I make those a lot for tacos and all kinds of different things.
What about pickled eggs?
Nope.
Yeah, those are foul, bro.
They are.
I mean, who would buy those off the fucking out of a jar at a
Out of the share jar.
store? Yeah. It's foul, man.
That's like Aphid's belt, right?
Yeah.
What? Buy him a pickle from one of those barrels?
No, a pickled egg.
Oh.
I loved
foul,
them, man.
bro.
I loved them. I can't eat them anymore, but
The
I
only
love
thing
them.
only pickled cucumbers I'll eat. I've never tried anything else.
Yeah, but also topple the pickle in the community jar. The regular pickle is gross too.
No, it's not.
Well,
That's-
anybody can reach their fucking grubby fucking
There's
mitts.
Toms. There's Toms. You're supposed to use Toms.
You just
Tom.
use your
I
bare
always,
go
I
in there,
always
just
use
pull
my
your
feet.
sleeve up to your elbow and go down the barrel.
That's
This
fucking
is coming
gross.
from a bunch of guys that want to eat shit coffee.
Not me. I
Hey,
never.
I didn't-
for me.
that
Oh, it wasn't
Yeah,
you? I
I
thought it
just
was you.
knew what it was. Last Dance is the one that was craving it.
Oh, so Last Dance is the creep.
That's like the cheese with the maggots in it. I'll pass.
He brought it up. It came out of nowhere. It's like he couldn't wait to talk about his shit coffee.
I don't even know how it popped into my head.
I do like gherkins.
I hope you get a good coffee. I want to hear about it in the future.
So,
Mr.
It's either going to be
Kelsey won't
amazing
like
or it's going to be shit.
I probably bring it up every pub.
What is
So-
it? Bring what up?
The civet coffee.
Oh, that's your main focus now, huh?
Yep.
so Smokesteve, when you go to a bakery, do you grab the bread out?
Why
That-
wouldn't I?
So someone's hand could go in there too. Is it already wrapped? Is it already wrapped?
No, I know what you mean. When I go to the supermarket and get the bagels on Bagel Sunday or whatever, and they have the little.
What kind of
stupid-
bagels you getting? What kind of bagels you getting?
Whatever my kid wants. I don't eat bagels.
Oh,
so.
okay.
Are you guys germaphobes?
I'm not.
Yeah,
I don't
across-
think so.
And Taylor Lorenz?
I'm a germaphobe. Yeah,
You are?
yeah.
Like you gotta wash your hands a lot, or more like you just stay away from shaking hands and stuff?
I prefer not to shake hands. Yeah,
Fist pumps?
Yeah, he's a fist bump guy.
yeah. I mean, I tried to fist
What about
bump
hug?
a guy
What about a hug?
the other day, and he went in for the handshake, and it was fucking awkward. And he was on a step higher than me, and I was fist bumped, and it was the levels were different. It was really awkward, but
Smokesteve, if I met you for the first time, I would want to give you a hug. Would that make you uncomfortable?
Oh, little
I
gay.
wouldn't hug you. I wouldn't let you.
Oh.
Really?
No,
Wow.
you mean me? You like I know you now?
Yeah, like if I came, if like
hell yeah,
I
I
came to
would.
see you right now, I'd be wanting to give
Yeah,
you a big old
yeah,
hug. Would you like feel uncomfortable with that?
No, not at all. I always
All
hug
right.
men.
All right.
I hug men every time that I care about. Every time I see them. But
Well, you would
you
give
know,
a handshake to them too, though, right?
sure,
Okay.
but not strangers.
I see.
Yeah,
I
well,
see.
that
I
that
see.
that's
Because
understandable.
strangers are
That's how I drink it, Mr.
they're,
E.
yeah, they're unclean.
Well, I don't know. Like every
People
person
you
I
know, they're clean, but strangers, they're unclean.
Right.
I'm not trying to sell anybody anything. So when I meet them for business, it's more or less like I'm giving them instructions. So why do I have
The risk is worth the reward.
See,
yeah. I
and
mean,
especially
if I was a salesman, I'd be shaking every fucking person's hand, but I ain't.
in your field, you can get away with, "Oh, my hands are dirty. I don't want to get your hands dirty." Fist bump.
Yeah, I mean that's awkward, but I could do that. I
All
That's
right.
what I do all the time. It's like, I don't want to get your hands dirty. Here you go.
There are 4 lights.
there are
Hello
four
there.
lights.
Not drugs.
Good morning, buddy.
Yeah.
Hugs and drugs. That's what I always say.
But germaphobe wise, do you wash your hands more compulsively than normal, or
No.
just when you need to?
Oh, I'm not a compulsive hand washer, and
Okay,
my hands are so dry and split everywhere that I can't really wash them all the time. So I try to wear gloves when I can, do this, that, the other thing to, mitigate those.
The only way I
drying.
get called a germaphobe, I take temp of all my meat when I cook, and everyone makes fun of me. They're like, "That's not a manly." I'm like, I just don't
Oh
want to get
man,
anybody sick.
that's not just that. That's the only way to cook, man. Because you for sure, it's at the perfect temperature.
Yes.
It takes all
All
the
right.
guesswork
Grab
out.
shot.
Grab shots here. What up, dog? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, grab shot.
Yeah, I think the instant read thermometer is the most
Yeah.
essential.
I got
tool in the
I got
kitchen.
the Weber one that you just put in, and it's on your phone.
Just a minute
Oh
behind.
yeah,
grab
that's
shot.
even better.
That was
Especially if
that
you're
was that was a
grilling.
birthday gift that's been used for the last 2 years.
I don't have. I got ones that like probes, but
Yeah,
it's
the
got a
probes,
little.
yeah.
It's got a thing that sits with it.
What do you cook your chicken temp to?
165 usually. Well, it depends.
Okay.
If it's a breast, I do it a little bit less, and if it's a thigh or dark
Well,
bone,
you gotta go
I'll
175.
go. Well, you can even go to 190, 195, and it starts breaking down the.
It's better that way.
Yeah.
I go to 162 with breast, and everyone complains that I'm going to get them sick. I'm like, it's not
No,
how
because
it's
it's gonna.
measured.
After you take it off, it's gonna raise a little bit. So you
Yeah.
always. Same thing with beef or anything. You take it off a little bit before that ideal temperature you want.
162, shady.
That's a little
162.
long.
No, 162, and I let it sit for 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Why are you in such a rush to eat the undercooked bird, bro? Let that shit cook.
Because
Not breast, man.
to serve.
You go over 165, and that's got to dry out that breast.
Well, that's what I mean. That's why I go to 162.
Yeah, right. You're not doing anything wrong.
I never test the temperature.
Tell them what you're cooking it to. Just.
Oh no, I don't. My wife sees those, she freaks out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't test the temperature of my chicken ever. I just,
You're
kind
dead
of-
on with breast.
everything. Soul cooker. I cook it by my feel and by the
See,
timing.
Steve's
in
the
my
one that
head.
makes fun of me.
Yeah, I don't test. I'll throw a meat thermometer in bigger things like larger roasts, but never a boneless chicken breast. Or
Oh man,
even
I got the. It sits on my microwave. It's like a not switchblade, but like a knife. Like
Yeah.
the probe comes out, and you stick it in there, and like a second later, it's telling you what the temperature is.
I don't
that thing
find
is
it
awesome.
necessary.
I mean, I get it. I didn't until I started using it, and then I was like, oh my god, this changed. I can never mess up meat, ever.
Well, do you smoke meat? Steve?
Oh,
What's up?
Evening, gentlemen.
what's
How
going
you
on,
doing?
scum?
Howdy.
Merry Christmas, scum.
Yeah, happy holidays, y'all.
Merry Christmas.
Same to you, my brother.
Hope everyone's doing well.
Most
All right.
definitely.
So, Smoke
Oh,
Steve,
yeah.
do you smoke meat by any chance?
Not really. No.
Because you got to get that temperature right with that at least.
Yeah.
No.
That's actually when I start taking temps. Is when I start smoking meat.
Yeah,
I don't
me
have a
too.
smoker, so it would be hard for me to do it in my grill. I know it's possible, but
Oh yeah.
it's not.
Well, really, what I do, I have a smoker, and I just smoke it for a little bit, and then a lot of times I wrap it up and bring it inside and do it finish it in the oven because you can control it. Don't have to worry about it. You get that little bit of smoke flavor going in there, and
Yeah, I know people that do that.
So what are you doing that with,
do a vote
Aphid?
with.
Like, you're
I would do
are
that
you
with
talking
beef.
a chicken?
No,
A
well, I do. I usually smoke it if I cook a full turkey. I usually smoke it.
you smoke a turkey?
Is it dry as in anything? I tried it once and I dried the hell out.
No, you just cook it at a higher temperature. Don't do it so low. You want to cook it at a temperature that you're gonna cook like it inside in the oven. Get it 300, 350 or more. And then bring it in and
And
wrap it up after it gets the flavor. Because if not, that skin's gonna be all chewy. Nobody.
And what
wants a
kind of
chewy
wood do you
skin.
use for that though?
Usually, I'll use a fruit
Morning
wood
wood.
for like white meat, like pork.
Okay.
Or chicken, like a cherry or a apple. Both of those I like.
Do you brine it before you do it?
Sometimes.
Alright.
This last time I did, I dry brined it, but that
Okay.
doesn't take
That
nearly as long.
dry brining is not nothing. That doesn't exist.
It
What,
does.
what do you mean
It
it doesn't
does.
exist?
No, that just
No,
means
every
you-
time you put salt on the outside of any type of meat, it's going to draw moisture out of that meat.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then
that's
it's going to
just
soak back
seasoning.
inside. No. No, I mean, it's going to make a
you
difference.
Wiping, are you wiping the salt off or leaving it on there?
Well, it depends on what I'm cooking.
Yeah.
Well, a brine implies that it you don't leave it on there. Pre-seasoning just
No, that's
means
not.
you're
That's not what a brine implies. A brine implies seasoning preparation before you cook the meat.
that's
not
just
what you do.
seasoning.
No,
That's the last
not if
thing.
you. It's a brine if you let it sit for a period of time.
Yes.
Seasoning is
What-
when you
what's
just
the
throw some
difference?
stuff on there before you throw it in. I'm telling you, the salt it's got to have salt on it. And the salt's going to have a,
Yeah, no, I
effect
hear
on
you.
that meat.
I'm not denying that. I've always thought a brine to me sounds like something where moisture is involved.
Well, you're bringing the moisture out to the surface.
The moisture creates the brine with the salt from the
Yeah. And the only thing I brine is poultry. I won't brine pork or you don't brine.
Yeah, I don't brine. Yeah, I don't brine anything besides.
Why wouldn't it
poultry.
just be considered a rub though?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's not, if you're wiping it off, it's not.
No, you don't wipe rubs off.
Well, that's what I mean. You will wipe a brine off, though, would you?
Aphid, do you wipe
I
all
didn't
your
brine-
brines off?
No,
You
not when I
wipe them
brine a
real
turkey.
good?
Oh,
Wipe them
brine
hard?
wiper.
On a dry brine, though, you don't.
no,
Oh,
I'm not caking it with. It's not like you're cooking a sea bass and coating it with an inch of salt.
All right, so now, yeah, here, cup says brine salty water. Think, yeah.
well, no, there's dry brines too, though.
But
Yeah.
what's the difference between a dry brine, as you just said, Greg, and a
Salt it. You salt it around, but
What's
I
the difference between dry brine and salt?
or dry rub?
rub is a season. Oh.
Just real quick, Aphid, I have a friend that's watching. He texted me and he's saying that he's giving you a respect for your analog background instead of just a lot of respect for your display.
Oh, thanks.
Thanks,
Friend of
random
RW.
internet dude.
Friend of RW.
So when you do ribs, do you do them wet or do you do them with just rub?
Who are you asking?
AFET, because you're the
Oh.
only one that smokes meat, unless RW does too.
When I do ribs, I got to be honest with you. I cheat and I put them in my Instapot, and I do them with apple juice, and I do them in the Instapot for about 25 minutes and let it self-release, and then it's like totally, pretty much cooked, and then I throw it out on my hot fire for both sides, get it brown, and then I put barbecue sauce, do both sides. And then
Oh,
take
so
it
you
off.
don't even smoke ribs?
No. Well, I mean,
Okay.
I would smoke ribs, but I don't take the time to smoke ribs. It's not
All right.
worth it because this is so much better. I've smoked ribs,
Huh.
but you always get to, I do a lot of stuff back in the oven, like I said, because it just controls. Wrap it in tinfoil and bring it inside.
I
throw it in the
do
oven.
that with pork, but pork shoulder. I'll do that.
Yeah.
It only could take so much smoke at one time anyway. So,
Right. And who wants to babysit that thing all day? Because
and on top, I don't want to.
I don't have like a $1,000 thing where I just push a button and it keeps
No,
it
no,
exactly
I don't
the
either.
right temperature.
I got a Smoky Mountain Weber. That's what I got.
Yeah.
Did you ever do
You
a
guys-
brisket before?
I'm gonna back out.
No.
I just want to
I'll
say
see you, RW.
Good to see everybody. And Scum, I'll
All
probably
right.
stop by a little bit later.
Good
buddy.
night, RW.
RW, be safe,
Take
brother.
it easy, RW.
And actually, I'm going to step out
Have a
too.
good
I hope
holiday.
you guys have a great
Merry
holiday.
Christmas, Topple.
I'll see you guys
Merry
around.
Christmas,
Later,
guys.
Tom.
Take it easy, Topple.
See you,
I'll
man.
see you guys.
Hey, Scum, are you going live tonight, bro?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
All right.
Unless
Well,
there's a
we'll
major earthquake or something before then.
we'll make sure everybody who's here goes over there when he goes live.
I came back downstairs, which rarely happens after I leave the pub, like three weeks ago or so, and somehow I opened up my phone and Scum was like, I never, because I guess you can't see any, like you don't save them or whatever, right?
No, I delete them all. That's part of
Yeah,
the
so
deal.
I can, unless you're live, there's no content you can get from you. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I caught you live, and I was like, hell yeah, came in there and said something. That was awesome.
Yeah, I remember that.
I wish I wasn't like so, trash by the time usually by the time I get off here, I'm in no shape to go back on somebody else's
okay.
show.
Right.
He's willing to accept you, I think, right? You don't
Yeah, I
mind, do
work
you?
till 11 or 12 at night every night of my life. So for
Yeah,
me,
that's awesome, man. Good
by
for you.
that time, right? Like
That's
I'm getting
dedication.
trashed at midnight, right? Starting to do it.
Saturdays seem to be a light night for you, Scum.
A light night?
Well, I mean, like, as in work-wise.
Oh yeah, I don't work on Saturday. Yeah.
Oh, that would explain it. It seems
Yeah,
like
no, I work Monday to Friday, like usually 2 to 11 or 2 to 12.
okay, well.
So,
Interesting.
I don't have to be like one of those people that gets up in the morning and goes with the 9 to 5 traffic and fucking is in all the lineups and sitting on the road. And yeah, I'm not into that.
What's your show usually about? Like, what's your? Because I just caught enough time to smoke a cigarette and I went to bed.
What's it about?
Like, what usually? I think there was some chick talking or something when I saw you.
I don't know. It's just a pub where we just sit and
Like, is it
smoke
some
weed and
regulars
drink.
like we have here that like show up every night or whenever?
Yeah, basically.
Every once in a while.
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
It's just supposed to be like a no rules rock and roll environment. It's not really like this pub, I wouldn't say, We encourage people to show their tits, that kind of thing.
You don't worry so much like Smokesteve does.
Mr.
Like-
Kill learned that the one night I banned him.
You had to ban him?
Yeah, because he was promoting the opposite of what I promote on my show, so I had to ban him.
Oh, Smokes or Mr. Kill.
He was telling girls not to show their tits, and that's why they come
Oh,
on.
Mr. Kill.
He
Well,
didn't
is
really
he-
know that, to his defense, I think.
Is he allowed back now?
Of course, yeah.
All right, so no harm, no
Not
foul.
interested.
You don't think
Mr.
it's his cup of tea?
There you
Mr. Kill never to shy away from his true feelings, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, he was straight up. He's like, ladies, don't be showing your stuff on YouTube. And I'm like, no, we're here to get banned. Don't worry about it.
I appreciate the two of you's divergent opinions. You still with us, Last Dance?
Barely.
I feel like that meat talk really put you on the fast train to sleep town.
Oh, I was probably going there no matter what we talked about.
I think that's, if you ever have a hard time falling asleep in bed, just play like
A meat segment.
a YouTube video on meats and you'll be fucking out. No interest, but cool. Is this thing coming to an end, or are we? Can I post Anti's link?
Why not?
Should I, Anti?
You want? Yeah, it doesn't bother me.
Well, it's up to you. I want to give you publicity, but if you don't want it, I won't give it.
Well, the God honest truth is, I always tell people, like, no, I've been on here for 16 years. I don't really go around promoting myself, but yeah.
What's your channel called?
Scum
Pakistani
TV.
Scum TV.
Who's got to just be bopped in?
I got the link if you want me to post it in the
Oh yeah, well why am I doing this? You do it. I'm already.
You wanted to put it in the YouTube chat or in the back chat?
Who's that? Montgomery Scott. I don't know about this guy.
Yeah, put
Let
it in
him
the
on. It's at the-
YouTube chat. Last dance.
It's at the end of the show. Let him on.
Montgomery Scott is the name of Scotty of Star Trek fame.
Well, he's there in the green room. What do you
Well,
think?
you should
I
probably let
don't
him
know.
Yeah,
on.
put him on. Put him
Yeah,
on.
you could. We could wish him a
what's the worst?
Merry Christmas.
What's the worst that can happen? You
Happy
get a little
holidays.
flick and then you kick him.
I'm sure
Montgomery,
it's
can you
okay.
give me the double heavy metal horns? Well, it's not a video. He just did that.
Oh, see, bring him on.
But that doesn't
It's,
mean he
it's
couldn't
it's
just,
Christmas.
he
Aren't you
could
in
just
the-
completely flip to a video.
Paranoid.
Aren't you in the season for? Here he is.
Hey, Montgomery
No,
Scott.
he's-
Hello.
Hey, people! Yeah, I am named after Scotty. Good call. But yeah, I'm not some troll. I'm not gonna like flash my dick or some shit. You know, I'm not gonna porn bomb or anything. Hey, whoever was like supporting me, thank you, sir. Yeah.
I was supporting you. I was hoping you would
David
come
would-
on.
But even if you
man.
were a porn bomber, Apid would support you.
Yeah,
Doubly
yeah.
so.
Actually, to be honest with you,
Form bomb.
not to burst your bubble, but now that you've come on and you seem somewhat normal, I'm a little disappointed.
Now,
Yeah.
let me just explain, Montgomery. I only am apprehensive because I've been burned so many times, man.
Of course, sir.
So I'm not like trying to be a dick, but you're fine. You're here. No porn yet. We're in the clear. I hope.
How'd you find?
Yeah,
the,
I'm not gonna flash my. mm-mm.
How'd you find the
ju-
channel?
The YouTube search. I'm just like looking for. I all day. I just like. I'm a guest on like podcasts all day. I don't have my own.
Yeah.
I'm just like a guest. I love it.
You're a professional guest.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, you got a lot to live up to then.
I always like Star Trek fans.
Absolutely.
Was it like the host that was saying like, "Oh, Montgomery Scott, that's like Scotty from Star Trek"? Yeah, that's my name. I was named after that guy. So yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Beam me up.
Yeah, he was one of the best characters on that show. I mean, Uhura. I mean, awesome, hot.
Yeah.
Hey, do you have an X account or anything you want to mention here? You can feel free to.
Only thing I'm gonna say is like hit Mont on IG. That's it. But yeah, again, no promotion. I don't care. Who
All
cares?
right.
I just have fun. Like you guys are just like chilling out, like smoking weed, drinking. Like yeah, me too, man.
Yeah, that's what it's all
Just chilling
about.
out.
Dude. It's Christmas
See you,
time.
Montgomery. See you.
Whereabouts are you?
Oxnard, California, like basically Los Angeles. That's where I'm from. Like the 818. Anybody
Yeah.
know about the 818? So yeah, I'm from like Los Angeles, basically.
West Coast.
Yeah.
All right. Cool, man.
It's early for him.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's early, bro.
Sun went down. Even though it's the shortest day of the year, the sun went down.
Yeah.
Last Dance, can you show him where his sun was on the screen? Right about there.
Yeah.
Can we do it again?
Right there, right there.
Even in the studio, like you guys seem like the guys. You seem like the type of dudes I'm just hanging out with. You know what I'm saying? Just like smoking weed, like drinking.
Yeah.
You know, we're just hanging out. You know.
That's the goal. That's what we want to hear.
Well,
Right.
that's
Or at
the-
least that's what I
the
want to hear.
idea
It's not
of
my
just
show. That's what I want to
hanging in
hear.
a pub.
Yeah, like a pub, like just a more international pub where more things are legal than just alcohol, like weed.
Do you see many shows like this?
Yeah. Well, I guess again. Well, not as you guys are so like copacetic. Is that what the term is? I don't know. We're all just hanging out, like smoking weed or some shit. Like a lot. Like you see, I see like a lot of like animosity towards like people in like a lot of these like podcasts. You know.
Oh yeah, like some one side or the other.
Right.
Yeah. And you know, and,
Last Dance. That's you're describing Last Dance. The guy right here, the guy in the middle.
Mr. Animosity.
Just stay away from him, and you'll be all right.
Just don't piss that guy off.
No, I think it was cool. Like you're like, what's up with this guy? And then like one of these guys, I think one of these guys on the right over here, was saying like, yeah, just let Montgomery Scott in. I appreciate that. Whoever said that,
no
yeah, I
problem.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
It was me.
David Lynch.
He always
He's a
says
great.
I'm
He's a
always-
great judge of character.
Look at
I'm always-
look at his background. Look at that background. That is like the most awesome background I've ever seen. Look at that. It's some. Wow.
And this
what
is coming from a professional guest, so I take that at the highest praise.
That's not just a background. That's
Yeah, that's
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 actual equipment he has in his room there.
This is
Yeah.
this is where I'm at, you know.
Those are all individual devices, all linked
Nice.
together. In,
Yeah, that's a set.
If somebody within a 100-mile radius dies, Aphid Lip is there to grab his electronics
That's right.
for free.
Yeah,
Yeah.
anything nobody wants, I can put it back here and make it
Yeah.
look like something. Most of those things are
All of it was recording shit until Live Leak died.
It's all
Yeah,
like
not-
everything's got a purpose too. Every screen back there or over here or
Hilarious.
everything's got a purpose, you know.
You're actually doing a service for people who've gone to the nether and their devices are still around.
Yeah.
You take them and just use them for random stuff instead of trying to steal their credit card numbers and all
Right,
that, like
right.
what would happen if they had gone into criminal society. You just use them to broadcast random videos through. You probably saved tens of hundreds of people from being defrauded after that.
If I had nefarious purposes, there's almost, I would say easily 75% of the stuff that I get still has everything on it, and even if it doesn't, if it's like got a 4-code password or something to get into it, I can figure out a way to get past that, with just a few quick minutes. So yeah, I have access to, but I never look at, occasionally I've looked, just to see what they were like or what they were about or something, but
If the porn's good, you'll keep going.
no, actually, I don't think I've ever once, and this says a lot to humanity that you probably wouldn't give them credit for. I don't think I've ever came across porn in any shape or fashion, and I've come across a lot of people's stuff, but I can't ever remember.
deleting.
Okay, I'm new to this. But I think you're all like tech guys like me. Like I'm a tech guy myself. Like I'm a QA guy for like a tech company and all that. But yeah, you guys seem like you're like the same type of dudes as I am.
Well, I don't know what you just said. I don't know if it was English or
He says,
Okay.
like
He's
some
a
I'm a
tech
tech guy.
QA.
Tech guy.
No,
Tech.
no, I don't think anybody here is a tech guy. Even me, even though it just looks like it, I just know how to make stuff play slideshows of pictures or. Well, I got some like weather apps, and I got an app that
Jesus.
has like when you talk and stuff, the lines move. I got something like that. Back
Oh,
there.
Smoke Love, can you show just that guy? I want to see this background. Like, that is like an awesome background. Like, it Smokes Love. This is, look at this. What is this background? That's like that's actually your shit, or is that like
Why don't you zoom in on him, Smokesteve?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
See?
Jesus.
These
Like
are
that fucking Star Trek Enterprise, man.
these are hundreds of games for every console you can imagine, and all my
Wow.
it's all hooked up to this
God.
equipment, and there's a
Damn,
there's a big,
I've never seen a setup like this. This
there's
is
a big
amazing.
subwoofer I got right there, and
It goes beyond what you could see too. It's like
yeah, it's
Wow.
it's on the ceiling. He's got shit on his feet.
yes. Every direction.
Jesus. Damn.
And that
All right,
stuff
you can
he's
take
got
me
in the
I'm
back,
impressed. I'm very
that's his
impressed by
own-
this.
That's his own artwork you're seeing over his shoulder there.
That's a huge porn collection you have there.
These
We all have. Oh, okay. We all have our own porn collection. That's outside of anything. Damn.
I was just reading that O.J. Simpson, they're auctioning off his porn collection to pay his $70
They got
million in debt he was when he died.
Does it got good stuff?
Jesus.
Apparently, as
A lot of
collection.
snuff films.
Yeah, a lot of,
O.J. Simpson died.
lot of
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did.
A lot of beheading
Sorry,
videos.
didn't know
Speaking of
that.
porn, you guys ever hear
lot of
how
lot
like
of tight
Hugh
tight
Hefner-
gloves.
Yeah.
Hugh Hefner took like a giant coffin and put all the pictures and all the porn he had from all the celebrities that they basically were setting up to blackmail at the Playboy Mansion over like 50 years, and he fucking put it all into one giant coffin and dumped it off the side of his yacht out in the ocean, and it was full of cement and like all sealed up.
I'm just guessing Assad had his fingers all over that.
Yeah,
Full of-
apparently that's what happened because it was all like so incriminating to like people back to like the 50s that he was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna dump it in the ocean. Apparently that's what he did.
Well, that's the
shame.
best way to get rid of a body, so I can't blame him, you know?
That's crazy.
Wow. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, just go way out. Gonzo. Well, what do you think here, boys? Anyone here want to run the pub for another half hour? Last dance?
Nope.
Come
Who
on,
else would
man.
it be? Who else would it be? You're not gonna let me run it.
Last dance, you gonna let Aphid run it?
I would not hesitate to let him run it.
Yeah, but I'm not going to. But so let's not even go there.
Scum, you want to open up a show? I'll fucking head right over after a 5-minute break.
I could do that. Yeah, sure.
If you're up for it, I don't want to like.
Yeah, this is the time I pretty much start every day, anyways. Yeah.
All right. Now,
Well, hey, I want to say
to
to all you guys, I hope you guys have the best Christmas ever. Because
Same to you, buddy.
Same to you, man. Happy holidays, everybody.
You guys all mean
Absolutely,
so much.
absolutely the same to you guys. Do not hit the sugar as much as Aphid. I'll say that.
Just a
I'm gonna-
sprinkle, man. Just a sprinkle. Just
Disinfect your belts for Christmas.
I'm going to do a reading as I do every year of The Night Before Christmas on
Oh.
Christmas
Go
Eve.
for it, man.
And I will live stream it. So
I will kick myself off then. Love you guys. Love you, Smokesteve.
Montgomery,
What a
nice
great
to meet you,
holiday.
Yo.
Have a good night, Last Dance.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Great
And a
meeting
good
you,
Christmas.
Scotty.
Yeah, Scotty, good to be here. Thank you for being here.
You're all a bunch of like intelligent people. I love this.
right, well-
I'm sad that you're ending the show right now because again, like you're very intelligent people. I like
Thanks,
that.
buddy. Thanks, buddy. Well, we're going to continue the party on here, so join us over there. And
Yeah,
you too.
can I just ask, is there going to be a show next week?
yes, Saturday night.
Awesome.
Yeah, 'cause
Have a
Christmas
good night,
is
my
on-
man.
Christmas is on a fucking Wednesday, so why not?
Absolutely. Okay. Have a good night. I'll clear myself
All
from here.
Peace, buddy. All right, y'all. Great conversation with everybody tonight. Thank you to Mr. New Guy, Montgomery Scott. Everybody else who was here, thanks for being here. There are 4 lights. Thanks for coming back, man. You're the best. Grab shot. Merry Christmas to you, man. Last dance. You're the balls. Love you, buddy. Everybody, you know what? Let's have some peace in the world. Let's have some good times. Let's enjoy the holidays. And just positive vibes, everyone, man. Love you all. Be well. We'll see you when we see you. Bye.